Yeah.
Okay,
let's go.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
I'll keep this with me.
yeah, matter of fact, let's mute it real quick. Let's mute that so we don't have any feedback. Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Perfectly or no? In the back, can you hear me? Okay. So, my father was an amazing human being. He worked for General Dynamics. He worked on the F-16 fighter jet, cruise missile, Abrams tank, Atlas missile project. Very bright man, surrounded by PhDs. Unfortunately, I was a disappointment to him. I really wasn't, because I was a D and C student in college. I couldn't do anything. I was just terrible. Not in college, actually in high school. College I actually did well because I studied 24/7 and never went to sleep. But my dad had a saying, and it's one of the principles at my company. Are you ready?
Yeah.
I will trade all the intelligence in the world for a human being with vision. Think about that. It's not about how smart you are. It's not about your credentials. Do you have vision to change the world? Ludwig does. Do you? Do you?
Yes. Yes.
Do you?
Yes.
You have an opportunity this morning to change South Africa.
Yes.
The question is whether or not you're going to squander it or you're going to use it.
Yes.
That's from my dad to you. Do you have vision? Everything this morning went wrong. I have never been in a venue in my life, and I've been to 130 countries, spoken in front of thousands and thousands of people. I have never had more chaos than happened to me in the last 1 hour here.
Sorry, Paul.
It's okay. You want to know why? Principle number 2. Principle number 1 is I'll trade all the intelligence in the world for someone with
vision.
Principle number 2. Be happy when you have problems. Okay? I'm not angry. I'm happy. I learned today. In any other country in the world, I show up to a venue 1 hour early to sort out the technical issues because I've learned from experience. But in South Africa, 2 hours, baby. Okay? I learned. I learned my lesson. Maybe the night before. Maybe my hansei, my reflection in Japanese, the word is hansei, to reflect with deep regret. What did I do wrong? Not what did Ludwig do wrong, not what did he do wrong, what did everybody do? What did I do wrong? You understand this principle? Yeah. What are you doing wrong? Not your people. You. You are the leaders. You are the ones who set up these processes. You are the one that are making things difficult for your people. I am the one who failed this morning. What am I going to do different? An hour is not enough. I went over very clear details of things that I needed for this presentation this morning. I need a lab mic. I need this. I need this. I need this. It wasn't enough. It wasn't Bianca's fault. It wasn't Ludwig's fault. It was my fault. My processes were not clear enough. I did not anticipate the potential problems. This is lean thinking. Does everyone understand this? Yeah. This is the entire way that a lean thinker thinks. They do not blame. They analyze and they say, this was a process that we went through this morning. Where did the process break down? Make the process the expert. This is our goal. This is our target. This is your target. I am not goal-oriented. I am process-oriented. I am not goal-oriented. I am
process.
I am
Process.
I am
Process.
process-oriented. Do you understand that? I teach in Japan. I work with some of the top leaders in Japan. Why is Japan so amazing? Why is it arguably one of the most incredible countries in the world? It's like a different planet. I'm going to talk about that a little bit today. Why? Because they are not goal-oriented. They are
Process.
They make the process the expert. When you go to Japan, how many people have been to Japan? Anybody been to Japan here? No one. When you go to Japan, it's just like, whew, everything works. The train is to the second. You go through the customs, bah, 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 bah. Everyone knows exactly what to do. Everyone's trained to perfection. The visual controls everywhere, they're mind-numbing. You just, freedom. You're not running around with any chaos. You check into a hotel. Every hotel staff has been trained to the highest level because they do lead. They don't talk about it. They live and breathe Kaizen every second of their life. There's my intro. You ready to get going?
Let's go.
How do we do that? Every day we have...
It's an apple.
No.
I can't connect to the Bluetooth.
Oh, you can't? It won't connect to the Bluetooth?
No, I don't know how. It's an apple.
Okay, here we go. Let's see.
I mock Ludwig all the time about an apple.
Oh gosh, and now I can't do anything. It's even worse. Hold on. There we go. So you want to connect the Bluetooth, and which one is it?
I think it will be the...
This one?
No, because now we want to... This is a JBL speaker, so let's try the JBL Flip 4.
You see it?
Here at the top.
This one?
No, up.
This one?
Nearby devices.
Sorry, guys.
Okay, where?
I'll
I'll cycle.
press something here.
I'll cycle it.
Oh, no. That's radio mode. Okay.
It's not this one right there?
Let's see if it picks up. No. No, someone else is yippee-ki-yay.
Well, why don't we don't worry about that. Let's just use a little Bluetooth microphone here.
Okay, we can.
Yeah, that was totally fine. Yeah, that's fine. We don't need that. Okay, Ludwig, can you put that over here?
How do I switch it on? Do I just hold it? Switch this bad boy on.
Right here. That right.
That one's the one giving feedback.
So that's the one giving feedback, eh? Huh.
Does it take a auxiliary cable?
Yeah, it takes auxiliary cable.
So you can...
Where's that little, he had a small little auxiliary cable.
I've got an extra one.
There's that one.
Is daai kabel daar agter? Byna?
Yeah, this is one. Oh, okay, there's another one. Where's the other one that he
I
had?
think it's at the back.
Okay, let's see if we can get that. Did we find it?
Chuck the bunch of cables in here. Let me just quickly see if I don't put it in between all of these. Yes.
Where's,
Guys,
there's one. Oh,
Okay, no,
no,
it's not.
it's way beyond struggling.
No, it's not one of these.
It's not. You don't see. Where's that extra little cable he had?
Ja, dis weer vir die twee mics.
Een van
Yes.
hulle. Is dit nie
Wel,
met
dis vir
die vlieg?
die enetjie met die flight gee is ook gerus.
Maar kan ons hom nie net afhaal nie?
There was another
Gaan
one.
ons hom move. Kan ons hom move. Want dit dis die receiver vir al twee die mics, een wat hy op het en vir die ander een.
Can I see what you got there?
Yeah, this is my.
Nou, dis is the receiver.
This is the receiver. See, when I put that on like that.
Then we want to just try the Bluetooth again. That isn't. We just need to get it.
Mic levels. Come on, talk.
I've breached it. I've breached it between the mic and the mainline volume in order to minimize the feedback.
Okay, yeah. Where's your? This is your main line volume.
Let's just quickly check here because we should be able.
Is that it right there? That one?
Let's try this.
Just need to minimize the mic.
No, because that's got Bluetooth.
I heard
that
something
sounded
click.
like it.
Yeah, that's what I say. You
That
just
sounded
need
like it.
you good.
So now we just need to check.
No, I need to check that this is the sound. Oh, I hear some. Do I hear something in there? Turn it up.
MP3 level.
This
That
one?
Turn it
yeah,
up.
turn that up.
Up, up.
Up,
Yeah,
up.
turn it up. Yes.
More.
Extraordinary dream.
Yes.
Now check your mic.
Goal so high, a journey so demanding. that
My
its
mic?
achievement
Mic
to
should be
most
fine.
seems
Test, test, test.
impossible.
No, I don't hear my mic though.
Go for it.
Here we go. Test, 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 test. It's all working.
Yes. And that's just because we're close to that.
35 years, Iron Man has defined a sport.
Yeah, MP3 at the top.
Growing from a single
The
race
sound is at the
into a
top.
global movement
Yeah.
and a new generation of athletes.
So now we just need to make sure we get it onto the projector.
I will never forget this. I will never, ever, 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 ever. I will. No, hold on. No, that cable's in. Is it in now?
Yes. She's in.
I think we need like one more thing to go wrong.
Yes. Okay. So now don't touch it too hard.
Okay, test, test, test.
Yeah.
Can we get one more thing to go wrong? Okay, so this is what happens. The way we do what we do and everything I've just described to you is we develop our people. Our focus is completely on the development of our people and not on how much money we make, not how elegant our products are, not how sexy our products are. It's completely and totally the development of our people. How do we do that? We have 3 methodologies. The first one is every morning we have a morning meeting. This starts playing on our big screen TV, and everyone comes from all over the facility. We have 50 employees, and they gather. Even the dogs come. We allow everyone to bring their dogs to work. It's amazing. And then as soon as this gets done playing, everybody's gathered. No one's late. Boom. 4, 3, 2, 1. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
There we go. This is the way we start every day, and we have so much fun. So in Japan, we do a morning meeting on the bus. This is Mommy, my assistant, or my co-leader on this. Everybody has a total ball on this. This is what our morning meeting area looks like. Everything in my company is premium, like insanity. That's a $15,000 LED screen, 5 foot by 8 foot. It's outrageous. Nobody in the world has this. We have it. Everyone says, well, you have lots of money. Of course we have lots of money. You know why we have lots of money? Because we do lean. We have millions in the bank. We have 0 debt. Our people are paid 30 to 50% higher than everyone else. Our engineers make more money than Boeing engineers. Why? Because every day we are relentlessly making improvements and we train our people. Look at the table here. You see that table there? That's a $15,000 conference table that would go in an attorney's office. Attorney's offices don't have tables that view. That's what my people in my manufacturing plant eat lunch at every day. Can you get your head around this? Everything is premium. Was it always premium? No, it was not premium. We're 24 years into our lean journey, and everything just keeps getting better. The environment, we have 140 windows in our facility. It's outrageous. Everything is outrageous. Was it always outrageous? No, it was not. You look at our beginning videos on YouTube, it wasn't always outrageous, but we kept improving because we want everything to be absolutely amazing for our people. Look at our manufacturing floor. Can you see the floors there? They're shiny. You can eat off the floors. They're so clean. The bathrooms are better than the Ritz-Carlton. This is the environment that we've created. We have $5,000 worth of guitars hanging on the wall for anyone to play at any time. Everything is premium. Even the dogs love it there. Everyone brings their dogs. We generally have 10 to 15 dogs at our facility at any one time. Why? Why do we have dogs? Because that's a distraction. It creates this incredible family environment where the dogs are with their owners, when they're working, they're petting them, people. We don't care. We want that feeling. But of course, our people produce 5 times higher in productivity than the highest companies in the world. So the average company, an average good company produces $150 per hour per employee. Our people produce $600 per hour per employee. It's not even It's not even comprehensible. Wow. Millions of improvements, millions of small improvements every day. Why? Because we train our people every day. So next thing is, tomorrow's morning leader is Ludwig. So I'm leading the morning meeting. Every day, a different person leads the meeting. Not me, not my wife, not our senior leaders. No. The average person, after 1 month, is standing in front of 50 people just like me and leading a world-class presentation. How could that happen? Because we have great processes. This is a keynote presentation. I'm going to give it to all of you at the end. You can have it all. We've spent thousands and thousands of dollars producing it. You can have it, modify it, change it. We don't care. It doesn't cost you a penny. So tomorrow's morning meeting is Ludwig. Now we go over our dashboard. Our dashboard just gives a pulse of what's going on in the company. And our main focus is on mistakes. Our main focus is on problems, not on how much money we're making. Not on how productive we are. Problems. Be happy when you have problems. So we look at every department, production mistakes, core, housekeeping. Anywhere there's a mistake, we put a red mark on there and we discuss our mistakes openly. Nobody hides their mistakes. Nobody says, oh gosh, I don't want to say it. No, this is how we improve. Every day we go over this, every detail. Then we have a housekeeping issue. Everything in our facility is perfectly organized. Every tool, every utensil. There is no drawer with things just thrown in there. If one spatula is missing, if one thing is missing, we stop the entire company. Where is it? Everything gets put back exactly where it goes. Why? Because we want flow in our organization. We don't want anybody stopping and looking. How does this work? What? That's chaos. We don't do that. It's completely calm in our company. Nobody's looking around for anything. If there's a housekeeping problem, we address it immediately. We're the woodworking business. So every day we study one species of wood. So everyone, doesn't matter if you're a packaging person or a shipping person, everyone understands deeply our products. They can identify all the woods. Then we go over FastCap principle. I already told you one of the principles. I'm quizzing you again. I'm going to go over it and over and over again. My dad said, I'll trade all the intelligence of the world for someone with vision. You got it. So our principles. If you are not 100% sure you can produce perfect quality, you should. It's a test. What? Yosh. Yosh means good. The answer is stop, call, wait. When there's a problem, we stop the whole factory. We don't keep working and producing defects. We stop. This is all Lexus and Toyota principles. One of my best friends, and literally my father, practically, is Mr. Amazawa, Vice President of Lexus, President of Georgetown, Kentucky. Responsible for over 60,000 people. He's with me all the time in Japan. He's like my mentor. He teaches me everything. This is directly from him. What does Toyota do when there's a problem? Stop, call, wait. How many times does Toyota's factory stop every day? The average factory. Anyone know? How many? The best, not the best automaker in the world. They're way beyond the best automaker in the world. They're the best manufacturer in the world. How many times does the best manufacturing plant in the world stop every day? How many times? One time. How many? 1,000 times a day. That should give you chills. It gives me chills. I got a chill just saying it. Are you stopping that much? I know you're not the best. The best stops 1,000 times a day. Every time there's a problem. So what I'm doing right now is I'm training you on deep and important principles that could change your life. This is what we do every day in our company. So I put this over there and I quiz you. What's the answer? Watch this. I'm going to go back. If you are not 100% sure you can produce perfect quality, you should. Stop, cool, wait. You should. Stop, cool, wait. You should. Stop, cool, wait. Don't forget it. This is what we do every day in my company. You notice how I'm trying to be careful here, not to be a monologue. Now, you're not trained at the same level as my people, so I'm asking a lot more questions as the leader. I'm not just blah, 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 because everybody is just blah, 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 blah. Everybody's engaged. That's the way the morning meeting should be, okay? It's not a monologue. Stop, call, wait. Then the next thing, what does it look like at Toyota? Here it is, right here. Stop, call, wait. Watch. This guy's working along. Toyota line, work along. Oh, I got a problem. Pulls the line. The Andon up above enunciates that we've got a potential problem right here. The supervisor comes running, checks it out. Boom, now the line stopped. It's been stopped. He stopped it for like over 15 seconds. Supervisor comes, finds out what the problem is with the person, inspects it, says, okay, it's good to start the line again, goes over, pulls the Andon, releases it, and the line goes. Now, guess what? Stopping is not natural. So they have to train every Toyota employee on this principle. For how long? A week? A day? 3 months. 3 months, this concept is drilled into their head. I've been in the training center. I've sat in the classes. What do you do when there's a problem?
Stop, go, wait.
If you have any issue you're not sure about, what do you do?
Stop, go, wait.
What are you going to do when you go home today? Okay? This is how it's done. Okay? Ono's principles. Every day we review one of Ono's principles. Every day we review one of FastCap's principles. There are no posters on the wall at FastCap. There are no signs that say, our principle is quality first. 0. None. Everyone knows these deep inside of them. They don't need to be reminded by a phony poster that does nothing that nobody pays attention to and just clutters your walls up. Do you hear what I just said? Every one of our employees, 18-year-olds know all of Ono's principles. Can you believe that? Ono, once you do something, blank with it. Do not give up until you finish it. What do you think the answer is underneath there? What? Stop, call, wait? I love it. Very good. Good humor. Okay? What was that? Okay, the answer is persevere. Okay? So what Ono's saying is when you have a problem, you saw us doing it here with the audio. I mean, we were just like persevering. We just kept going and going. And finally, we solved the problem. This is what you do. And you have deep learning. You have deep learning. It's in your soul because you felt the pressure. You felt everything about it. You persevere with it. You do not give up. So, review. Ready? Ono's precepts. Once you do something, blank with it. Do not give up until you finish it.
Persevere.
Oh, come on.
Persevere.
There we go. Do you feel it? Every day we study these. Gratefuls. Every day we have a box and somebody walks up. 6 people walk up and they put in the box a piece of paper and they say to the entire team, this is our morning meeting area. Look at the screen. The screen's even better now than it was. This is everyone standing around. And they walk up and they say 6 things they're grateful for. So, you ready? I want to hear 6 people right now tell me what they're grateful for, and it cannot be about me. You ready? Go. Raise your hand. Come on. What? Loud, 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 loud. What?
Having a job.
Having a job. Beautiful. Next one. What? Healthy. Healthy. Beautiful. What else? Okay, in the back. What? This conference. Beautiful. Traveling safely? Traveling safely. Beautiful. To get in here with no problem. Beautiful. One more.
Creative.
Creative? I can't hear you.
Creative.
Creativeness. Okay, one more. What was that? Oh, my daughter can go to university. Beautiful. Okay, one more. Help me, I can't hear.
Paul Akers live.
Oh, to see Paul Akers live. I love it. I love you, brother. What's your name? What's your name?
Fungai Mutlanga. Babcon member.
Mugai.
Fungai Mutlanga.
Fungai Mutlang.
Exactly.
Okay, wow. Brother, pleasure to meet you. Okay? So, you're going to change the world. Okay? I got it. I see your smile. You got it. Go do it. Why do we do this? Why do we do it? Because at the origin of humanity and the success of humanity, if you aren't grateful, you will never get this. So we don't say, be grateful. We practice being grateful. That's why our people are happy. You know, today, what do they teach you? Grumble, complain about everything. Everybody's trying to take advantage of me. Why are they doing that? Why are they doing... We teach gratefulness. We don't just talk about it, we do it every morning. It changes your entire disposition on life. I just spent the last 3 weeks in Namibia and Botswana, and every morning I woke up and I said to myself, how does a D&C student come all the way around the world, sit in the middle of an open savanna with lions, with 2 private guides, and that I can enjoy something like this? My guide said, well, you paid for it and you've deserved it. And I said, wrong. I did pay for it, but I don't deserve it. I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky that everything worked out. That for some reason, a D&C student from the other side of the world could afford to come all the way to Africa and have an experience like I've had for the last 20 days. Mind-boggling. This is what wells up inside of me. This is what we teach. Improvements. 6 people talk about their improvements every day. What are you improving? Are you too busy to improve? Or are you this guy? Right? So, we call on 6 people to share their improvements. Here's my improvement I made on the morning meeting. I made so many improvements this morning, it's crazy. I can't even begin to talk about those. But when we were going to the Toyota Techno Museum, or the birthplace of Toyota, Mr. Amazawa, the vice president of Lexus, sitting next to me, we went into the museum and we both forgot our identification cards to get in. He forgot it and I forgot it. So what did I do? I put a picture of it. Remember to put ID in pocket and Mr. Amazawa at the beginning of his presentation. So just before we walk into the museum, Mr. Amazawa introduces himself. I'm the vice president of Lexus, president of Georgetown, Kentucky, worked in Toyota for the last 45 years. But before he does that, watch what happens.
So here's my improvement for the morning. I forgot my ID yesterday at the Techno Museum. So in Mr. Amazawa's presentation, you see right here, Mr. Amazawa's short. I put it in the lead slide, so as soon as I open up the thing, I know, oh, get your ID right now, tell Mr. Amazawa to get it, and then he'll start talking.
So you see how that is? That's the countermeasure. There's always a countermeasure, so you have flow and evenness. So I never walk into the museum ever again and forget that ID card, and nor does Mr. Amazawa. Oh, Mr. Amazawa, you got your card? Oh, yep, I got my card, Continue. Okay, another improvement. So this is in the bus. I needed to be able to look at my laptop. See, I'm seeing my laptop over here. I can see the next slide that's coming up right now. Unfortunately, the bus doesn't have a mechanism for that. Everything's on the counter up here, so I can't. I'm always looking to the side like this. It's very uncomfortable. So I took, and watch what I did here.
Okay, my new improvement. Before I had this sitting on top of the backpack. Now this is strapped here.
Took my belt off.
And everything is nice and secure, and nothing moves. And I can see it perfectly when I'm doing it.
So I'm facing towards the audience. I took my belt off rather than I had to solve the problem. So I am modeling what I'm teaching in front of everyone in Japan. Are you modeling what you want your people to do? I'll say it again. Are you modeling? Exactly. Every day, 6 improvements. Here's another improvement our people made.
What's up, FastCap? Lucas here.
Can you hear?
A first draft of an improvement I've been working on for best bets. This is, I christened the box buster, and for when we're doing LPs or any boxes that don't need to be full size, typically what Mitch or I will do is cut them down, and we will use the little mouse that we produce, and it works fine, but it's a little cumbersome getting that big ruler out.
Notice how clean this shop is. Notice how perfectly organized everything is.
An adapted version of our knife sled base that has a threaded screw on it and a slider. And it's got increments of 4, 3.5, 3 inches, 2.5, and 2 inches that you line up with the same.
This is the time our people spend to cut a box. How much time they've spent to make this, to cut a box.
Strip of something, or I want to cut a box down to 2 inches. All I have to do is ride that along the edge and slide it down. So say for Mitch, to 4 inches, which is exactly half of our best fence boxes. So slide it all the way down to the end, lock it down, extend your blade. You have a perfect 4-inch cut all the way down the length of the box.
So imagine what our company looks like after 1 million of those improvements. Nobody struggles to do anything. And this is relentless every day. You think after 24 years we'd run out of improvement. Just the opposite. The improvements, it's like a tsunami of issues. We have 1,300 products all over the world. 1,300 products. And all of them, for the most part, are all lean solutions. So we made this internally for us, but just for our own personal reasons. But it will become a product. Lean is the ultimate innovation tool. Let me say it again. Lean is the ultimate innovation tool. You got it. You want your company to go to a whole nother level? Start doing lean. Brian.
Hi, it's been a while since I posted an improvement video. I've been working on this bad boy. So we're at the Keynote spinner station. This was our old jig right here, which one setup, we use kind of parts of it. You would use this to clamp off, or clip off, the end pieces, the over ejection pieces, so that way we can send it out to our customers. So what had come to mind was, I asked Lucas, I was like, hey, why can't we make this pneumatic? So what we did is we actually made it pneumatic. So what you do is you're going to slide your 2 pieces on, like so. Clamp it for safety like that. You're going to press up onto the inside here. You see behind the glass, there are 2 steel columns there, and those are going to snap it right off. Now the really cool part to this jig is we use the exhaust air, our waste. From underneath there's a catch basin. You see that our line for exhaust goes through here and shoots all of our little extra bits into the trash bin, so you don't even have to worry about it. It goes straight into the trash can and everything works great. Process video's coming. Keep an eye out. Let's have some fun.
Brian is not an engineer. He is the average guy off the street that we hired at our company at the bottom. Can your people do that? Can your average person pull that off? We have trained Brian to solve these problems. This information is disseminated. It's called yokaten, which is a Japanese word which means to disseminate information laterally across an organization. We have disseminated this training to everyone through these videos. Why does FastCap make videos? Why am I so crazy about making videos? Because by Brian making these videos, you learn. The world learns. But even more importantly, our people learn. This is up in the morning meeting. Somebody's looking at that going, you know what? I have a problem like that. Brian, could you come help me solve this problem? Yokaten, spreading information laterally across an organization. So everyone's trained. This is why we do our morning meeting. So we go over all these improvements. It's endless. It's endless.
Morning, FastCap. So today for an improvement, since this stack was really sloppy and it finally tipped over, we are going to sort and organize and create some space and make this look actually to a standard. So now you can see after the big old mess is tipped over, we have actual standards inside. For the time being, I put up all of these stupid sticky notes. And now, for all my different scratch indents, so come on in here, you can see up here I have standard strengths that are with tape still on them. So now you know this is with the lip, and it still has tape. Flat fence with tape. Down here where I have a bunch of my actual scratch and dents, now they are sorted and standardized. I have scratch and dent flat, big stack, scratch and dent standard with the lid, standard, flat. So everything over here is now organized and actually has labels, and it's not an absolute ball and mess. So I don't need this anymore.
So we have fun. And we have problems everywhere. After 24 years, we have problems everywhere, and we're constantly solving them. We document them. We train everybody on what the process is. So if somebody steps into this department to help out, because this department's overburdened, they've watched the video in the morning meeting. They know the scratch and dents now have been carefully organized right there in that spot. Yokaten. This is how we do it. Then we study the 8 deadly sins of waste. Every day, one person says these. What are they? And without looking at them, you can't look at them. They know them. Again, this 8 deadly sins of waste is nowhere in our company. Did you hear that? There is no poster anywhere in our company every day. All waste starts with one thing, overproduction, when you make too much of something. Then you transport it. Then you put it in inventory. Then you have a defect, overprocessing, wasted motion, waiting time, and then wasted potential. I'll explain it to you right now. Normally, I don't need to explain because our people know this cold. This is a fast food style. We did this to make it fun. Overproduction. You have 3 customers. See the 3 customers down there? So you have 3 customers. I'm going to use my pointer, even make it better here. So you have 3 customers. You make 10 hamburgers, 20 hamburgers. So now what you have to do is you have to transport them. You have to take them over to a warming oven. So now you have this great big warming oven that you have lights on. You have stainless steel racks. You have to maintain it. You have bigger air conditioning. You have a bigger footprint. You have higher taxes. Everything grows with overproduction. So now you got an overproduction. The customer orders a hamburger, says, I don't want pickles and I don't want ketchup. Oh, you got a defect. So now you have to open those up, over processing, scrape the ketchup off, take the pickle off, worse yet, throw the whole thing in the trash because it's going to get cold and the next customer is not going to like it. And then you're going to remake the whole thing. Or wasted motion, more excess motion, you have to remake it. Customers waiting, you've wasted your employee's potential. This waste cycle is occurring everywhere in your company in every process. Whether it means answering the phone, typing an order, transmitting information, making a refrigeration unit, I don't care what it is, receiving inventory, managing inventory, I don't care what you're doing, those 8 wastes are almost everywhere in your company. And the sooner you understand how powerful they are, everything will change. So we study it every day. Then we go over one of Deming's principles. Edward Deming was the one that taught the Japanese about quality. The Japanese didn't invent this thing. They learned it from the United States. After World War II, they were defeated. They were humbled. Deming came over there. MacArthur and the United States rebuilt Japan, if you don't know that, spent billions of dollars, gave them billions of dollars in technology, created one of the greatest countries in the world. The Japanese took this information humbly, and built one of the most extraordinary countries in the world. Through Deming's principles right here. So Deming's principles: create consistency of purpose towards blank with the aim of becoming competitive to stay in business and provide jobs. Now look at that, there's very interesting wording there. What do you think the answer is? Let's see what the answer is. Improvement of product and services. Hallelujah, can we all go home now? Do you understand what I'm saying? What is the answer? Improvement of products and services. Not make more money, get a bigger vision, conquer the world. What? Read it. Tell me, what does it say? Okay, together, teamwork. One more time, everyone together. Read this word. What does it say? One more time. Is it deep inside of you right now? It is inside of our people because they know exactly what it is we're trying to do. And why are we doing this? To survive. Why is Japan Japan? Because they want to survive. They didn't get complacent. Even though they're the best in the world at basically everything. The best transportation system, the best communication system, the best education system, the highest savings rate, the longest lifespan. I could just go on and on and on about Japan. You would think with all those successes that they would say, oh, well, we got it all figured out. No. They want to stay in business. They want to survive. This is the thinking. And look at the next one. And to provide jobs. To make the owner wealthy? I'm wealthy. I'm not ashamed of that. There's nothing wrong with being wealthy. But is the target for me to be wealthy? No. My target was to provide extraordinary quality for my customer and an extraordinary work environment for my people. And the shadow is I'm wealthy. Did you get what I just said? The shadow is I'm wealthy. The shadow is I can come to Africa and go on a safari. It is not my target. My target is to survive. My target is to provide extraordinary jobs, an incredible work environment, to develop people. Totally different way of thinking. Most people will never understand this. Every day we teach this. And every day we teach one amendment from the Constitution. I should feel this way. I'm an American. America, the greatest country in the world, greatest country in humanity. In the history of the world, there is no country even close to the United States. You may say I'm an arrogant American. I don't care what you think of me. I don't care what you think of me. I know the facts. I know the United States rebuilt Germany and Europe after World War II. I know the United States rebuilt Japan after World War II. I know these facts. I know it has never happened in human history that a country has ever sacrificially given to other countries. The United States conquered those countries. The Allies conquered those countries. We could have raped and pillaged them like every other civilization in history did when they conquered a country. But we did not. We did something great for humanity. We spread democracy around the world. I should feel that way. Okay? And I do feel that way. And as a result of being an owner that feels that way, we teach the Constitution. Our people need to know our country. They need to understand what our country was founded on. So every day we study one principle in the Constitution. Are you proudly standing up for South Africa? Are you teaching the fundamental principles of what makes South Africa great every day? If you're not, you should. As a business owner, as a leader, you should. That's what we do every day. Okay? Any law that increases the pay of a legislator may not take effect till after the election for the representative. How perfect is that? Then we have a history lesson. Now, our meetings take a half hour, and we probably spent more than that because I've explained a lot of stuff to you right now. Do not do what I just did for you. Too much. We've been doing it for 24 years. 10-minute morning meeting for you, maybe 15-minute, slam, bam, thank you, man, cover a couple things, and get to work. As your culture develops, as they become more hungry, more mature, then you develop the robustness of this morning meeting. Do not do a half-hour meeting like I just showed you. Too much. We study a history lesson. Today, we're going to study Ernest Shackleton. Anyone know who Ernest Shackleton is? One of the greatest explorers and greatest leaders in world history. Trapped in Antarctica for 2 years with 28 people, and not one of them died. So it's just mind-boggling story. If you don't know about this, I actually tracked the course of Ernest Shackleton. I went to Antarctica to follow the route that he went in. Look at this.
Had ground to a halt. 28 men fought unceasing to save their ship from the onslaught of the ice. The outside world had no idea of their predicament as they drifted helplessly towards uncharted waters. With civilization over 1,000 miles away, only static crackle could be heard through their radio headset.
Okay, so for 5 minutes we have a history lesson. And endurance, by endurance we conquer. We never give up. Remember owner's principle, persevere. So what do you think the thinking is of my people if I invest this much time in teaching them history? It has nothing to do with building woodworking tools. What do you think? Anyone, can I get a comment from? What do you think the thinking is of my people if I've spent this much time developing it? Anybody?
Care.
What?
Care. You're caring for it.
I'm caring for it. But what do you think the thinking is? How do they think? What do you think they're thinking that I would do this? Confident. Okay, what else? What? How to solve problems. They know how to solve problems.
Endurance.
Exactly. Endurance, perseverance. This is why I do it. Again, this is a different way of thinking. I understand. It's totally different. And people always say, how do you afford to do this? I spend thousands of dollars every day, thousands, training my people. And people say, how do you do that? I said, my response is, how do you not do it? You spend your life running around with a fire hat on, putting out fires. I spend my life walking around my facility going, wow, amazing, you're incredible, great idea. You spend, oh crap, blah, 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 blah. It's the truth, okay? And then Antarctica, I show a little moving map so they have a good visual on that. And then what's our goal every day? Every day, everyone repeats this and the morning meeting's over, basically. You ready? What's our goal? Every day, everyone repeats this. You ready? Banish sloppiness and fall in love with precision. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Get away, do away with all sloppiness. Everything precise, quality, continuous improvement. This is the way we've organized our company. And it gives me chills even making the presentation now, because I think back after, the company's 27 years old, I've been doing lean for 24 years. If I would not have learned these principles and this thinking 24 years ago, I definitely would not be standing in front of you right now. And highly unlikely I would be going to Africa on a safari for 3 weeks. Thank you, God, that those Japanese kids walked into my factory and told me I was clueless. If you read my book, you know the story. 2 Japanese kids walked in from Japan. They looked at my processes. My factory looked perfect. I'm going to do the presentation. You'll see it. And I said, what am I doing wrong? And he says, basically, you don't know what you're doing and you don't know how to manufacture. Thank you, God, that I listened to them. At that time, I was making over $1 million a year. Those kids were making, if they were lucky, making $70,000 a year. And instead of me saying, hey, you're not so hot, what am I doing wrong? You need to learn the Toyota production system. What is that? And today I stand here in front of you teaching what I'm doing. Are you open? Are you ready to pivot and change? Because that's what it requires. Watch. You're going this way. You need to be going this way. I'm talking about a hard pivot for every one of you. This is not dabbling around the edges. This is serious, deep thinking about the direction you are going to go as a leader in your company and in this country. This country has plenty of problems, as my country has plenty of problems. It's up to us to improve and change that. You are the leaders. This is a movement in this simple little building here, in this dysfunctional situation that we've come into, in this total chaos. You could change the world if you internalize this. Do you get it? Do you get it? Yes. Let's take a break. Okay? Let's go.
Thank you for 15 minutes and back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Coffee served outside.
Are you okay, Paul?
Yes, how are you?
I can't complain, mate.
I'm just trying to figure out what I'm doing
I'm,
next year. I mean, you did an amazing job.
Okay, well, I'm glad we
God,
could
I
at
can't
least
even
just wing
believe
a
it.
little bit. So you know what I'm thinking of doing now? I want to leave this connected to the...
Right?
But what I want to do is I want to move the mic back to the back. So if you could just give me your mic.
Okay, this one?
That's the one you just used.
Why do you want to move it to the back?
So because we had better sound volume on the mic when it was at the back. So even if it plays through two different speakers, that's what I just want to quickly test.
Okay, you want to test it. Okay.
Yes.
Then I want to charge it. So bring it back up to me as soon as we... Where's
I'm
the...
gonna charge this one in the meantime.
Yeah. I want to charge... Yeah. Okay. So how was the volume? Was it adequate or no?
It was adequate. We could hear, but we
Wasn't
would like
great.
A little bit more.
Okay.
I'm greedy.
No. Let's do it.
Yeah. Okay. So let me just plug this into the back. I'm going to quickly run it just to test.
And
the mic
where
on
where
the back
where
speaker.
is my jack? Just stay with me for
that
1
little
second.
cable.
Where's that little thing?
That little jack cable.
Yeah. Where is that? Is it in the back?
Which cable is
You know what I mean? The little box that goes with this system.
this one? In my
Yeah.
hand.
Okay. I want to charge that too. Or you want to test it first?
just wanna-
Test it first, and then bring it back up, and let's charge it real quick.
deal.
Okay.
And then run that to the other side.
So is it fine to lift it up?
Ja, laat hom 'n bietjie oplig. Maar kan hulle nie
Yes.
Offer you something to eat or drink?
No, I'll take some water. That'd be great. Thank you, Bianca.
Connect the line there. I think you can stop.
Mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Mic.
Yes.
It is cucumber and lemon infused.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much.
And then Lucas said he brings 20 of those signed books.
Okay.
Where would you like me to put them?
You
I can put them
where
down here somewhere, and then you can hand them out.
you well have Ludwig make the announcement and let him. Is that okay? Okay. I would take a banana.
Banana,
Yeah,
perfect.
thank you. Thank you.
Hallo. Ek is nie jou wolf nie, maar hallo. Daar. Mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Daaronder lê 3 pakke wyne. Mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Hallo? Hallo? Ja. Oh.
Yes. Yeah, really good.
There.
Excellent job
At the
on
back?
not settling for average.
No, me
Excellent
neither.
job. Excellent job. Okay.
Okay,
So I'm going
that
to
you
charge.
wanna I'm bringing the other one back.
Okay, and we'll charge them all and then connect them back up. Thank you. You can just put it right there. Perfect. Bianca, you're awesome. Ludwig.
Just want to put the wire.
Okay. Where's Ludwig?
I think he's just outside.
If you would grab him and tell him I just want to ask him a question real quick, that would be great.
Yes, I'm going to test it with.
Can you give me any feedback? How is it going so far?
I think it's going great.
No problem. Anything I should change the way I'm doing it?
No.
Come
no,
on,
no.
come on.
No. So far, I've loved everything you've said
Okay,
so far.
okay.
Ludwig? Luckily, I just spotted it. So, is there something that I can just quickly just play? Yeah, just to double check sound volume for.
Yeah. You want music, hey?
Yeah, even if you've got Apple Music or anything, you just play any form of music.
Okay, okay, song.
Oh, just become an ex.
No, okay.
Okay,
sir.
so how is everything going? I need feedback. Anything you want me to change?
That's fine.
Come on,
I'm serious. This is fine. It's good. It's good.
you're sure?
Yes. I think the next one is just going to be a little bit more interaction.
Okay. So why don't we open up with Q&A?
Yes.
Why don't we let's start asking questions. Before we do, okay, so have the mics ready.
Got one mic.
Okay, we got one
One
mic.
mic.
So I want you to manage the mics.
I will do
okay?
that. I'll do that.
And then let's do Q&A. Okay, good. So that the feedback is not enough interaction. So now we're going to stop that right now, and this next thing open up for Q&A.
I think just to get the
Yeah.
what's it, the
Okay,
energy going.
You need to tell me what I'm doing wrong.
No, it's just energy.
One more time. You need to tell me what I'm doing wrong. Okay, so now we're going to change that. Okay.
Yes. So what you need to do? Okay.
We need to swap the cable.
Yeah.
That side to the side.
Yes.
So the projector, we are going to
Okay.
lift it up.
Okay, but let's just quickly sort out the sound first. Okay. So plug it out that side, bring it here. This needs to go. Let me just plug it out first.
Okay.
Because you're getting confused between the two sides. Okay. No, don't bring the whole speaker.
We need it for power, just a minute.
Wait, my friend. Okay, now double check it. Now you've got the cable all mixed up with all
So next time, this
Yep.
will not happen again.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
of course. No,
It
that's
will not
that's the whole point. Have you been listening? Tell me what am I doing wrong? But is the message good, or are you getting bored? Give me more feedback. Am I doing something wrong?
Bring another cable. You had another cable.
Okay, so I'm going to start off with Q&A on this next section, okay? So you're sure there's nothing I'm doing wrong? You're sure? Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. I'll call you back if I have more questions, okay? Thank you. Okay, bye.
No, don't plug anything out or anything in. Just listen. Cool. Plug it in there by the wall.
No, we're gonna have this problem again.
Which problem?
Look at this.
Cool. Why is it a problem? Oh, I see. Cool. So plug that one in, and then just plug it in on the side.
I know, I miss you too, and I just wanted to continue. We had the best time ever. Plan another one, let's do it.
Just plug this thing in. We just need the line. We don't care about the power cable. We just need the line. Okay? So we'll lift the projector now. Let's just quickly sort out the sound. Okay. There should be a plug here somewhere. Is there a plug here somewhere? Where's the plug? Is there a plug? Okay. What's up? Plugged in?
Moving in silent desperation, keeping an eye on the land. A hypothetical destination. Say, who is this walking man?
Okay, so Great job on managing everything. Thanks for the update on Trump. I'm in the middle of a speech. You're amazing. I love you, and great job on managing all these details. Super.
You let that yearning pass you by. Walking man, walking man walks. Many other men stops and falls.
I'll share more when I get some of these units out to people affected by.
How are you? We're all going back here. Okay, there's an open spot. Timed it perfectly. I went right in with no cue.
Yeah, it's happened to me many times.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating. You're gonna try and keep your keynote
God.
and at the same time listen to the audio.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Hi.
Hey, how are you? Yes.
Which town are you in?
In Bellingham, Washington, or Seattle, Washington.
So basically Washington State.
You're welcome.
I'm happy. Oh, I'm happy. Okay. So
Amazing.
Your mic will run through the house speakers and will run through the front speakers. So I left the song that played.
aspect is there. It's on the screen there. Yeah. You had it, yeah, there we are. Keystone, sorry, Keystone.
It's finally working better. Much better.
Let's get the alignment right.
I think we should get going, don't you think?
Yes.
Yeah, we don't want to waste time.
Let's get the zoom right there. Okay,
Don't be afraid, let the whole world see. You're still free, love you're different. Please don't change.
Might be going to be the best for now. Let's just align it to the middle.
Great job.
Thank you.
Really appreciate you paying attention to those details.
At the bottom, yes, we are cutting off the bottom, eh? Bottom is cutting off.
Ben jullie iets op die projecttest? Was het niet jullie studie
Looks pretty good.
Yeah. Just make it align it.
Line is just a little crooked now.
There we are.
Okay, you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready when you are.
Hook everything up?
Yes, I'll give everything up for you. Cool.
Testing, testing.
Yep.
Testing. Right, next round, let's go please. Thank you.
Oh, you're so awesome.
And I'm going to bring you to Cape Town. I'm going to put my name, and I'm going to blow this event up the window. This is not the way.
But before we get into approve, and I can benefit. I love you, and I want to help you guys. Believe me, I'll do anything I can.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Once again, your name, Femi? Am I correct?
Yes, you are.
Okay, good.
Through Tom Hughes.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. Good. And your daughter is? Nina. Nina, let me introduce myself to you. Nina, I'm Paul. How are you? I just met your dad. Amazing. Thank you for coming so far. It's amazing. Expo, good luck. My family. Okay, everyone, let's get a seat real quick. Let's keep going. I don't want to waste any time.
Right, thanks for coming. Ready for the next one. Thanks, Paul.
Everyone ready?
Yeah.
My bad. I'm getting out of here right now. Okay. Okay, so the way we want to start off now is the first thing I did when I finished speaking. We got a little tiny bit of feedback. You think it's something I'm doing? Okay, I'm not quite sure where it's coming from, unless you guys know. Okay, so the first thing I did when we ended this and you went out there was, anybody know what I did? Anybody know what I did? Anybody guess? Go ahead. I did what? Lifted up the, well, I didn't do that. My incredible people who are helping me. Yeah, I'm sorry. I unplugged that because I went to the bathroom. I didn't want to record that. Oh, I can't tell you the things at times I've done that. The whole world heard what Paul Akers was doing. So lift up the screen. I didn't do that. People who are hell-bent on continuous improvement did that. They saw a problem and they fixed it and they improved it. So I didn't do that, but anybody else know what I did? I asked 3 people what I'm doing wrong. I asked Ludwig, I asked Andre, and I called my associate who's watching live. What am I doing wrong? Not, how's everything? Is it perfect? Am I great? Do you see the lean thinking? We are focused on our weakness, not on our strength. They write books, focus on your strength. Wrong. Focus on your weakness. This is lean thinking. Okay? So what we want to do is we want to ask questions. So, do you have questions of me? Before I go to the next talk, there's got to be questions you guys are thinking. Anything. Come on. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I don't bite. Not yet.
You read a book a week and you say you have identified the one thing. How do you keep the one thing in the front of your mind?
How do I keep the one thing in the front of my mind? What do you mean by when you say the one thing?
To not forget the lessons, if you keep like a list of every book you read and the one thing, or...
Help me, Ludwig. I don't understand the question. Can you help me a little bit?
How do you make it stick for one thing? When you read a book a week, you identify one thing.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Now, okay, I'm going to turn on my mic now again. Okay.
Yeah, do you
Okay.
keep like a list of every book you read?
Ah, okay. Oh, how do I keep the one thing in the front of my mind? Yeah, mine's on, but it's not coming through for some reason. I don't know what's going on. There we go. So that's a very good question, and I don't think in all the time I've ever spoke, anybody's ever asked me that question. That's interesting. So my protocol is whenever I read a book or I learn something or I go to a conference like this, I don't try to make a laundry list of things I learned, although I'll document all those things for sure. But I always focus on what's the main learning, what's the one thing. How do I keep that in the front of my mind? How do I do that? I do that because I have a deep understanding that most people make long lists and do nothing. And the few people that are hyper-focused change the world. So I don't worry and concern myself about the one thing. I've changed my profile in the last year. I don't read a book a week anymore. I read 5 books a year. Because I take one book, like Elon Musk, who is my hero of heroes. Hopefully you're proud of him. Literally, in my opinion, the smartest guy in the last 1,000 years. I've never... What?
You was born in South Africa?
I know that. I know. You should be very proud of him. Not the last 20 years, not the last 100, the last 1,000 years. I know history backwards and forwards. All I do is read history. Whether it be Eastern history, European history, American history, I know history. This man is extraordinary. He is not perfect, but he is extraordinary. And so when I read his book, I read it 8 times. 8 times, poring over it, just really understanding what he is doing and how it's working. So I focus now even more deliberately on a book until I fully understand what Elon Musk is doing, or whoever it is, Henry Ford, or whatever it is I'm reading. at the time. I don't know if I answered your question. Did I answer your question?
I think so.
No, I couldn't have answered it.
To clarify, do you, like, so you, yeah, now I'm confused. So you read one book 8 times, and how do you make it stick, or how do you make sure that you don't forget the lesson? I think that's mainly my question.
Well, let's talk about Elon. Let's talk about Elon Musk's book, okay? Let's talk about that book right now. Okay, we'll talk about that principle right now. Let's make it relevant. So, what did I learn from Elon Musk? I learned that he drives people and challenges people at such extraordinary levels that most leaders would never, ever consider doing. How did I end this talk before you went to break? Answer. Come on. You guys have a mouth? Answer. How did I end this talk when you went to break? What? Yeah, a hard pivot and change. Challenge. What is the number one thing I learned after 8 times of reading Elon Musk's book? What did I learn? Challenge. Am I answering your question? So what I'm doing right now is channeling Elon Musk. Look, I have a lot of this in me already. But am I Elon Musk? I'm like 1/1000th of what Elon Musk is. I'm nothing. But when I read his book and I understood the energy and the passion that he brings into everything he does, I up my game. I come to South Africa. Are you awake?
Yes.
Thank you. Did I answer your question? Next question.
How do you change a person's perspective if he doesn't believe that his perspective is changeable?
Oh, good question. Great question. So, brutal facts. This is for 2% of the people in the world. Your job is to find those people, not to convert people. Did you hear what I just said? Repeat it to me. What did I say?
I agree with you.
But say it. I want you to say it out loud so everyone hears it in your voice, not mine.
The thing is, you need to change. Well, if you can't change the person, you need to change
the person.
The person. Yeah. Or replace the person.
So let me say this. 90% of all the problems you're having with your people is your fault. Your processes are bad, your communication's bad, your systems are bad. It's you. But after you've clearly identified that you've done everything possible to bring that person along, and they still don't want to bring them along, they're dragging their feet. Out! Do you understand? But you cannot send them out. You cannot send them out till you've done your due diligence. You've made sure you've communicated clearly. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I know the problem, yes. I know the problem, yes.
Okay? But remember, I said, how much percentage is our fault? 90% is our fault. So before you show someone the door, you better make sure you got your ducks in a row and that you're doing your job correctly. And you've set up an environment where people can succeed. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, next question.
So let's say that person.
Okay, here, microphone. Okay, I need a runner. Come on. Okay, back there. Go.
Hey, Paul. So on your, that we must be focused on processes. You said that in a production line, like with the vehicles, you stop and let them come and fix it so that it's not a problem further down the production line.
Correct.
How can you stop an entire a company if it's not production line oriented, but more specific sections are focused on a different part.
Then you stop that section. The bottom line is, okay, here we go. Here we go. This is a great question. I want you all to deeply understand what's going on in Japan and why Toyota is Toyota and why Japan is Japan, okay? They are focusing on defects and problems. This is counterintuitive. It is because they're so focused on the slightest variation that they've smoothed out the whole process of the way the country runs. So it is not normal to want to stop and spend an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours fixing a problem that takes you 4 minutes. It's counterintuitive. Doesn't make any sense to our brains. But if you have a long-term view of what's going to happen if you do that, and you're going to see how the vibration levels are going to get smaller and smaller and smaller, immediately it's very uncomfortable. But when you start doing that, it's a complete game changer. Then what happens is you produce more time for you to fix even smaller vibrations. Because things are running so smooth, you can stand back and say, what's really going on here? But as long as you're working in chaos and you just keep passing the defects on, I got to be careful with the story I'm going to tell right now because I know people are watching this live. There's a major automaker that everyone knows in the world, but I'm not going to say their name. And I have been invited to speak to their highest level people. And I'm not going to say what country it's in. Okay? And they took me then to one of their brand new factories. And in the parking lot of the brand new factory was over 1,000 defect cars. And this is one of the best manufacturers in the world. Toyota doesn't have that. If you're lucky at the end of a Toyota production line, 3, 4 cars, maybe, that have a small little rework. 1,000 cars reworked at the end. Why? Because they're not stopping and fixing their problems. They're passing them on. Did I answer your question or no?
No, yes you did.
Okay. Okay? First of all, I want to just say something. South Africa, I love you. These are. I mean that. I'm not blowing smoke. These are good questions. This is deep thinking.
Thanks, Paul. All right, then how do you hire people?
Whoa. We hire for character. We teach for skill. See how simple that is? We ask people, who's the most influential person in your life? If it's not your mother, your father, your grandfather, you're in trouble. If you're not predisposed to learning from older people and the wisdom they have to teach you, as my father taught me, and all my mentors in my life are all older than me, much older, I'm not going to hire you. Hire for character, teach for skill. Specifically what we do is we ask for a video resume. Okay, I'm going to show you what that looks like if you give me 1 second. First of all, am I answering your question? Okay, so here, I'm going to go right here. Let me see if I can pull this up, how fast I can do this. Because I just reviewed everything before I came here to make sure I had all these slides ready. Here we go, right here. Look at this. Watch this, how cool this is. Volume.
So just to kind of like bring you up to speed, in December 2019 I had a brain hemorrhage. It's not impacted me in any way. I'm so lucky to actually be alive, so I'm embracing the opportunity of everyday life. I've taken up painting. I then went on to paint the tiger, my orangutan. I painted my chimp. So it's keeping myself disciplined, attention to detail, and I find that I'm getting better and better at that each day. Love to be part of your team. Just sounds so exciting to me, so I felt compelled to apply. I think to describe myself also, I'd probably say that I'm an Oreo biscuit. I value my family and my friends. Pull me apart and dunk me, I'm very resilient. So hopefully this video gets me through to the final stage of face-to-face interview, which I'd be delighted to join your team. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Okay. Awesome, right? So what we do is we teach this principle. This girl did not hire at my company, hired at a company in England. And so what we do is we have people send video resumes. So here's another one, just to kind of give you an idea what they look like. Can you hear it or no?
From Western with a degree in operations management from the business department. Currently, I am a dog trainer at PetSmart. I've trained a little over 1,600 dogs, so teaching their owners how to do it, teaching the dogs how to do it, scheduling, makeups, all that good jazz is what I do. And I'm also curriculum director at Morrison Glass Arts, so I am teaching Western students how to blow glass. Both are very enjoyable jobs, but ready to move on. Currently this quarter, I am taking a lean manufacturing class by Dr. Cog, and it is the most fascinating class I've ever taken. Day one, when he first started talking about it, I was like, yes, this is what I want to do. This is something I can see myself doing for the rest of my life, and I need to figure out what my next step is going to be to get into it, because it is such exciting material. It all makes sense to me, and it just clicks, you know. And sometimes when something clicks, you have to take it and go with it. And so that's where I'm at with that. So in an ideal world, I'll either get an internship or a job with someone who is really excited about lean as well. I feel like I learn really well when the person who's teaching me is enthusiastic about the subject matter. If it means a lot to the person and they're jazzed about it, I will absorb it like a sponge. So I am really excited because Stephanie said that you are the guy for lean. You're the one to go to. It is like your life passion. So I feel like I have so much to learn from you, and I would be honored if I could even just take you out for a cup of coffee. But I would much prefer an internship or a job.
So the point is, everything we do is the opposite of what everybody else is doing. Everybody else is getting a resume, which is all lies from start to finish. It has nothing to do with anything in reality. We don't accept resumes. If you give it to us, we would say take it back, because we don't even want to file it. We don't want to put it in the trash. We don't want to take out the trash. We don't want to pay for someone to empty the trash. Do you understand what I'm saying? We're going way upstream. Don't even give it to us. You want to work for us? Take your phone, hold it horizontally. Did you hear what I just said? How do you hold your phone? Do not send me a vertical video. I don't watch my TV that way. I don't watch my movies that way. Okay? So I don't know why everyone's taking vertical videos. I have no clue. Why are you taking vertical videos? Send me a horizontal video. Tell me about yourself in 1 to 2 minutes. Immediately, they're challenged. 80% of the people will not do it. I already got rid of 80% of the people I don't want. They're not willing to even take a simple challenge like shooting a video. We're all glued to our screen 24/7 and you can't shoot a video of yourself. So the 20% that are willing to do this, I look at them and I evaluate. I listen to what they're saying. If I like them, I bring them in for an interview. Then after I bring them in for an interview, if I still like them, I offer them 1 day at our job. I pay them. They work with 5 or 10 different people. I bring the 5 or 10 people at the end of the day into the room, into the conference room. What do you think of them? If I do not have a unanimous from all 5, 10 people, whoever work with them, that they want to bring them for 1 week, and I pay them. At the end of 1 week, we bring in all 20 people in the conference room, not the person. Are we going to hire this person? Are they the kind of person that you want working shoulder to shoulder with you every day? If it's not unanimous, we don't hire them. If it's unanimous, we hire them. Now, is that unorthodox? Have you ever heard of any company in the world that does what I just said? That's how we hire people. Okay? Did I answer your question? Okay, next question.
Paul, thank you.
Say, you know what? I'm going to change protocol. You have to say your name now.
Okay. Paul Antonio da Costa.
Antonio.
This next to me is Antonio de McGregor.
Okay.
So we have Antonio and Antonio.
Okay, Antonio. Okay, good.
Paul, I've seen many examples of lean being used filtering from leadership down.
Mhm.
Now, how would you take lean and filter from the bottom to the top? I've been put in a position of junior leadership in a manufacturing company, but the leaders above me have been in the industry for plus minus 40 years. How do you come in and introduce a new system that it will potentially alleviate the chaos, and most likely will, looking at what's been presented this morning? Now, you go into this company and you want to implement something that they've never dealt with before, and even a 10-minute meeting in the morning is going to be referred to
as waste.
What does this look like on next
Bottom
operation?
line, right. Whew.
And then there's a second part to it. 2%. You mentioned 2%. Now, you've got 100 people working in your company, 2 of them are lean. Why does lean work? If you implementing it, everybody's working by it, but they're not actually lean thinkers. So then it's systematically making changes, and you can teach someone to be lean.
You can or can't?
You can.
You can't, negative.
You can, yes. Indeed.
Yeah, you can teach someone to be lean. Okay. So this is a question that's very answerable. I just don't know whether or not I'm going to answer it the way you want to hear it. So I'll try, okay? So you're in junior leadership at a company, and have you been asked to implement lean?
No. I've been asked to implement something.
What have you been asked? Okay, do you notice what I'm doing right now? I'm clarifying. I don't want to just give a quick answer. What have you been asked to implement?
Okay, so there is currently about 20% of the time there's error, which is, for a company doing large numbers, is terrible.
Huge. So let me repeat what you just said. 20% defect, the current situation, and they would like you to solve that problem. Is that correct?
We'd like to address it.
But did they ask you to solve the problem?
They asked for a solution. Now,
Did they ask you for a solution?
yes.
Well, you got the greatest job in the world. That's got to be the easiest. That's like shooting fish in a barrel in my mind. That's got to be the easiest thing I've ever heard of in my whole life. I would be like jumping for joy right now. If I was in a company with 20% defect rate and you were chosen to do it, you'll be the president of the company in 3 years.
It's a lot of fun, but so I dropped out of university to start my own company, and the reason I did that is what I was learning in university, where it was solution galore, but more often than not, it's not coming up with a solution that's the problem. It's the implementation phase that isn't carried out. Oftentimes, to implement a solution, there's sacrifices that need to be made. I mean, in this case, we're talking about a mere 10 minutes.
Okay. So let me ask you this. How many people are you responsible for?
There's 25 on the factory floor.
And you're responsible for all 25?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So here's my answer. Do not run back to the senior management every day and show them what you're doing. Be very quiet. Very quiet. And identify the biggest defect, where the biggest defect is coming from, the biggest problem that's causing the most contortions in the company. You spend a minimum of 8 hours a day at that position, working shoulder to shoulder with the people doing the work. Not just you solving the problem, but teaching them how to solve the problem. So you're developing them and solving problems. Are you with me so far? Then after 1 month, that defect rate should go from 20% easily 15, 10%. It should dramatically come down. But just like I said about the book, You must focus. And then as soon as that defect is solved, then move to the next biggest one that's causing the chaos and keep working to the biggest constraint, the biggest agony point. Are you with me so far? Yeah. Do not run and show the management anything. Even after you've solved the first problem, don't do it. Solve 10, 15, 20 problems. Shoulder to shoulder, quietly. Then after a month or two, begin to show them what's happening, or even better, let them see what's happening and say, what are you doing, Antonio? And say, quietly and humbly, this is what my strategy was, and always give the praise to the people on the floor that are solving, not to you. Yeah. Completely deflect all credit from you. And in 2 or 3 years, you'll be running the company. Okay? Did I answer the question?
Oh, yeah.
Okay? So I can't tell you the number of people that have implemented 2-second lean around the world. My favorite story is Thomas Reiner. Thomas, if you're listening, it's a great story. Works making nuclear power plants for submarines and aircraft carriers. Kind of a low-level engineer. He's now like number 4th in the company because they noticed what he was doing, quietly changing things, and they kept elevating him. The humblest guy you've ever met. Thomas, you're amazing. So imagine, nuclear power plants are pretty significant, right? That's pretty technical stuff. You don't want to screw up on that. And he implemented this, and he's almost at the top of the company. You get what I'm saying? Quietly, humbly, 8 hours a day, shoulder to shoulder. Okay? Next question. Antonio, did I answer the question?
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Hi guys, I'm Desmond Smith from Peters Metals.
First name one more time?
Desmond.
Okay, Desmond.
And I just wanted to add to that because I've got a similar situation where like the older guys in the company's culture need to change. And I'm fortunate because they're family members, so you know, they'll listen to me. They'll be more inclined to believe. But I thought like a very interesting way of like just if they do buy in on the vision, you know, maybe do buy the book, you know, and give them the book so that they get the information firsthand, you know, because you don't have that broken telephone thing happening where you're trying to train people, but you know, the information does get broken down as you try and pass it along. So once you've got that buy-in from the seniors, to obviously just get them the first-hand information of the lean manufacturing process, what your guys' ideologies are. You know?
So Desmond, I'm still just a little confused. So the question is?
So there's no question, it's just an add-on to what was said before.
Okay.
So once you've gotten your seniors in the company to buy into the vision, so they now obviously understand the lean vision and the ideologies and the processes and why it's important. They've obviously bought into it. So then it would be important to obviously educate them through first-hand information rather than telling them what you've been doing. And you know, just in your book,
What is first-hand information?
your book.
Okay. I think it's third level information. I think you doing it and showing him the results in real time is first-hand information.
Absolutely, and then they bought in on the vision because now they've seen the proof of it.
Right, exactly.
And now you give them the book to just complete.
Yeah, sure. Well, the book is continuous learning, right? It's continuous learning. There are many books to read besides my book, but that's a good start. And absolutely, I agree. Next question, up here.
My name is Rai Islam.
Okay. I want a new change. I want you to stand up when you're asking a question. I want to be able to see you because it's dark for me. I can't see. Everyone stand up. If you're asking a question, you got to stand up. Okay, there you go. All right.
How do you make your vision stick and why is important in lean manufacturing?
Okay, good. How do you make your vision stick, right? That was the question? this is what I love about what I do, is because I have the capacity to answer it with a beautiful keynote pretty quickly. We'll see how fast I can pull this off. And I'm going to give you a beautiful, you can't see the screen right now, right? No, okay, so let me see here. Here we go. One of my favorite Ono principles. This is so powerful. Okay, I don't know why that didn't come out, but it's good enough. We can see it good enough to do this. Okay, so how do you make a vision stick? Explain things in difficult things in a blank and repeat things that are easy to understand. We all have a predilection to complicate things. Why do we complicate things? Because it empowers us. It makes us feel like we're smart if we can dress it up with a lot of gobbledygook all over the outside. When Elon Musk, first principles, I mean, the guy completely gets it. And he's working in a very technical arena. So the answer is easy to understand manner. This is Ono's principle. Explain difficult things in an easy to understand manner. Repeat things that are easy to understand. So the answer is, how do you get vision to stick? You repeat important concepts over and over and over and over and over. What do you do when you have a problem? What do you do when you have a problem? What do you do when you have a problem? Come on, South Africa, that's garbage. What do you do when you have a problem? Thank you. Okay? I'll trade all the intelligence in the world for someone with vision. Did I answer your question? Okay? That's how you get a vision to stick. Go ahead, next.
Mr. Jonas from Cape Town. We in this, just to give some context, we're in the home services sector.
Okay.
The lab of companies where we specialize.
A little closer with the mic.
We specialize in the home services sector.
Okay.
So we're not manufacturing.
Right.
From what I can tell, there's a lot of manufacturing going on here. And I've also studied the groups that you got, that the lean leaders belong to, and it seems like it's very manufacture orientated.
Right.
We are in the services industry, but somehow I came to a stage in my business where I realized we need to find a different way of realizing the big vision that we want for our company.
Okay.
And when I started studying lean, I started realizing that there's a lot of potential in the lean thinking to bring it into the services sector as
Good.
well. Okay. So I kind of get it. So where I am now is I need to get back to my team, and I want to implement this system in a hurry, as much as I can. We've started with it at least, and I mean, great little case study where we looked at our warehouse space. We were about to move to a bigger warehouse, and we saw trapped space above, which was about 30% of the space, and we decided we're going to build racks to accommodate our product that we supply, and I think that saved us about 300,000 rand.
Wow.
And in that process, I think it's given my team a little bit of an eye-opener where they're saying, listen, we've got to look at this. But I'm at that stage now where they're curious, and now I want to go in, but I'm also afraid of doing the typical entrepreneurial thing where we just throw the lean thinking and the lean culture on everyone and frighten off everyone. So, you know, what process do you recommend we follow going forward? What are the immediate steps that a leader should take?
That is a beautiful, beautiful question. And again, a deep question. You guys are asking the right questions, definitely. So, the first step is you have to have with absolute clarity in your mind that this is the way. There isn't another way. This is the way. When I went to Japan, remember I told you how successful my company is. The most common question I got from people who met me prior to learning the Toyota production system was, when are you going to go public so I can invest in your company? Could you imagine the ego I could have had with everybody asking me that question? I mean, it's pretty incredible. How many people ask you that question, right? Nonstop. When are you going to go public? When are you going to go public? When are you going to go public? I went to Japan and I saw what Toyota was doing, and I realized I had my head so far up my rear end, I couldn't even believe it, okay? That I knew nothing about anything that I was doing. I was literally like a pig in slop, just, blah, blah, I didn't know what I was doing. So at that moment, it became with absolute clarity that this was the way, that there was no other way, and that I was going to achieve what Toyota did. So that's step one. Step two is this. Do not go home with your hair on fire. So you hear me speak, you might go home now and go, oh my God, yeah, you can't believe it, this is the best idea in the world, we're going to change, we're going to tear up the whole company. Do not. You will fail. You will fail. Cannot do it. Because they weren't here. They're not as aware as you. They haven't got the education that you have. You need to go back with total resolve that you are going to put one foot in front of the other every day and move down the line on continuous improvement. That no one is going to distract you. No new book that you're going to read is going to distract you. No new conference you're going to go to is going to distract you. You understand that if you continuously improve everything every day and you start developing your people to do the same thing, that you are going to win at the end and your people are going to win, your customers are going to win, everyone is going to win. And when you have that level of clarity and you go back and understand it's a long march. It's every day 3S'ing. It's every day sweeping, sorting, standardizing. It's every day a short morning meeting, developing your people. It's every day taking out your phone horizontally and making quick little before and after videos like you saw my people, and then rinse and repeat every day the same thing over and over again. And then when you go to the next level, you'll start letting other companies come into your company and watch what you're doing, let them tour your company, and your people go, wow, they're learning something from me. Their people are going to go to a whole nother level in the way they perceive themselves, and your company's going to go to a whole nother level. That is the formula. Rinse and repeat every day. That's it. Nothing more. Did I answer your question?
So it's about consistency.
It's about, there's a better word. It is about consistency. You're right. But there's a better word. There's a Japanese word that I love and I live by. It's called kata. K-A-T-A. It means routine. The Japanese develop a routine that supports the outcome. You develop a routine that supports the outcome. So consistency is good, but it's not the real essence of what you're trying to do. Are you trying to be consistent at what? You're trying to be consistent at a routine that supports the outcome. Is that clear? 100%. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Chris. I'm from
Chris.
Actually representative for Keynote Engineering. We do precision engineering.
Okay.
Coming back to the previous gentleman, where he said he's stuck in a company that's a family company. How to change the mindset of a family company, family company owned. We're sitting with a situation where people just want to do what they are told to do. They don't want to learn more. Okay.
At the top level or at the top level or at the shop floor level?
No, shop floor and let's call it office.
Okay.
They just do what they want to do. Now, we in the manufacturing industry, now my question to you is, do you think or suggest that we employ a person that is lean enabled to drive?
Never. So in other words, what you just asked me was, do you hire a consultant to come in and help you?
No, in-house.
In-house.
We employ somebody that is lean orientated.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
100% you're right. So you create, there's a lean champion.
Yes, we open a position.
It has to be internal.
Lean orientated to start motivating these people to get out of their box, to start learning new things.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. That's the job of the CEO. Period. That's the job. That is the job of the CEO.
I need to report back to him, so I need to ask these questions. So, yeah.
That's the job of the CEO. That is my job. I am not. All I do is spend my life on the shop floor, working and helping and supporting people.
My CEO does. He's a different character. Love him to bits. He's a beauty.
Okay, let me stop you. Let me stop you. I got to stop you. Okay. This is not a rehearsal, folks. Your life is not a rehearsal. You have an expiration date. Stop wasting it. Stop wasting your time. Stop letting other people waste your time. This is not a rehearsal. You better align yourself quickly with people that get it and stop wasting your life.
Last question.
Did I answer the question?
Yes, you did. We need to employ somebody that's lean orientated.
No. I answered a question much higher level than that.
Yeah. We also do have a problem in the company, which actually scares, let's call it the senior management in the company, that when they teach a person to a certain level, that person leaves. And we lose all that intellectual.
Well, the question is, why do they leave? The lean thinker says nande, nande. In Japanese, the word nande, nande, nande. In Spanish, it's porque, porque, porque. I don't know what it is in Swahili or, what's the language all of a sudden? Yeah. Okay, I don't know what the language, but you need to be asking why. Why are people leaving? Why, you better answer that question. Why are people leaving? If they're leaving, you're doing something wrong.
That I cannot tell you. There's different reasons.
Oh, no. I don't accept that. You can tell me, and you know exactly why.
I can tell you this. People want to move up.
Well, why aren't you allowing them to move up?
Well, sometimes there's not positions in the company.
Oh, impossible. Could you imagine Elon Musk giving an answer like that? He just invents another company, whether it's SpaceX, Starlink, the Boring Company. Come on. It's endless. It's endless. I said, no, stop. I said early on, I believe I said it to this group, listen, lean is the ultimate innovation platform. If you're doing lean right, your company should be like, wow, endless opportunities to move up. Okay? That's the way it is for me. Okay?
He's going to have a very interesting reporting back section. So he's going to see CEO say, hey China, you need to change the following. Who's next?
Oh yeah, okay. And no more questions? Okay, but I personally, okay, so I want to do a show of hands. I want honesty right now. What are you getting more out of? There are two things. Don't raise your hand until I define the question. Are you getting more from the questions or more from the presentations? And it's not about offending me. I want to know what you're getting more out of. So the number of people that are getting more out of the questions, raise your hand. The number of people that are getting more out of presentation, raise your hand. Okay, good. So we've defined that that's the direction to go. Fair enough? Okay, so you want to get to Japan and not, Ludwig, you want to get to Japan and not 2-second lean necessarily. Okay. Okay, listen. Okay, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. So I want you to watch this. This is how you win. Everybody is all excited and running like a rabbit, going crazy and then stopping and getting distracted. But this is the lean thinker right there. Every day, continuous improvement. Every day, 3S'ing. Every day, videos. Every day, relentless kata and routine. Okay? Okay? This is the one that wins. This is the one that wins. Don't ever forget it. You must have that vision very clear. Okay. Okay, so here we go. Lean is simple. So, my book is basically about my mistakes. You need to understand that. All my books are about my mistakes. I've got 6 books. It's all my mistakes. Opening up myself and making myself vulnerable. So who am I? So I'm not a consultant. I'm not a public speaker, although I speak all over the world. I am a manufacturer. I am a lean maniac 24/7. And the most important thing, my hands are always dirty. I'm always on the shop floor, arranging the chairs, making improvements. You guys are geniuses that you lift this thing up. This is who a lean thinker is. Your hands are always dirty. You're always running experiments. You're always seeing what happens if you try something new. Okay, this is my company, product development company, one of the most beautiful facilities you've ever seen. Stunningly, it's like 10, 12 years old now. It looks better than the day it opened. Everything is flawless. It's a beautiful facility. If one nick gets anywhere, it's painted. The bathrooms are spotless and perfect. Everything is at the highest level. Basically, my story is simple. I started a simple product, came up with a simple product as a cabinet maker, a peel and stick cover cap, then came up with a laser jam, and that product took off. 3 years later, some Japanese consultants, this guy right here, Brad Smith, walked into my company. He took me to Japan, right there. That's me in the very back hiding. I'm like the guy in the very back or the girl in the very back in this audience. Okay? That's me. I'm looking at the thing going, what is this guy talking about? This is like, I had no clue. I saw it and I go, could it be? At this point in my life, I'd won Business of the Year. I'd won Executive of the Year in Seattle. Can you imagine winning? I'm 30, 40 years old and I win CEO of the Year in Seattle. I mean, that's unheard of. I don't have an MBA. I have a degree in education. I'm a school teacher. I had all the accolades in the world, and these kids come in and tell me I don't know what I'm doing. Look at my factory. Perfect! This is before lean. Look at this place. It's so beautiful. Bob Taylor is my personal friend. I talk to Bob regularly. Bob Taylor, Taylor Guitars. I was an industrial arts teacher. I built beautiful furniture. I knew manufacturing better than anyone. I've been taught, this is my home. I built my house. I lived in this house before I learned lean. I built this house. It's a masterpiece, one of the most beautiful homes in the world. I built all the furniture. I built the guitars. No one's going to tell me how to manufacture. I built every one of these chairs. You know how much work it is to build these chairs? It's unbelievable. The couch, the cushions, everything. Every piece of woodwork in here, the kitchen, design, done. Me. Everything in my factory looked beautiful. Look at everything's faced off, beautiful, clean, organized, painted floors that look like a paint hanger. Oh God, like a plane hanger. Lean is not about being organized. Sorry, if you're OCD, you're not lean. If you're OCD, you're not lean. If you're OCD, you're not lean. Thank you. So don't get cocky right now and think, just because you're OCD, oh, I like everything organized, I'm Mrs. or Mrs. Lane. No, you're not. Because you can organize waste. And I was the master of it. All this is overproduction. All stuff that my customer didn't order any of this stuff. I just made it. So that when my customer ordered, I could walk up, pull it off the shelf, and hand it to him. But that just cost tremendous amounts of time and money and overhead, resources, raw material that had already been converted. You can organize waste. If you're OCD, you're not lean. Don't forget it. You're looking at the master of OCD right here. Lean is a whole other level. Okay? So I hired a couple consultants. They came into my company. They told me I was clueless. You need to learn the Toyota production system, lean manufacturing, or Kaizen. I had no clue what these guys were talking about. I'd never heard of it before. I didn't know anything about it. So I said, what do I need to do? And they said, learn this stuff. And so I hired them. I thought they'd come in and tweak my company. And in 2 weeks, at $10,000 a week, they came in and turned everything into U-shaped cells and did everything one piece at a time, one laser jam. I was making 100 laser jams at a time in a big batch. You saw the pictures. And then we started here. We went all the way around to here, a finished laser jam. It took us 45 minutes to build one laser jam at 100 at a time. In 1 week, the lean consultants came in, did a U-shaped cell one at a time, identifying every defect along the way and fixing that 7 minutes. They did the same thing with FastCap, with how to produce the FastCap. So you remember all that inventory I had on the shelf, all those boxes? All gone. All we have is this little bit right here in a U-shaped cell. Customer orders, we pack the order. As soon as it gets to a level, a Kanban triggers it. The machine operator runs it. These cells are right next to the machine. The machine operator is looking at the cell, seeing the levels of everything, and replenishing just what is needed for the day. 45 minutes to set the machines up to 5 minutes. I was sold. I didn't know what I was doing. I had my head firmly up my ass. I don't know how else to put it, okay? So I said, what's the next step? Come to Japan with us. I went to Japan 3 months later. You saw the picture of me. I couldn't believe what I saw. I thought I was seeing things. It couldn't be possible for them to do what they were doing. And I became 100% committed at that point. There was no way, nothing was, it didn't matter what book I read, whether it was good to great, it didn't matter what book, what Elon Musk book, there was nothing that was going to distract me from this model. Nothing. Okay? So on my way to Japan, I went to Japan. I couldn't believe what I saw. I saw top leaders standing up at pipe desks, no fancy mahogany desks, everybody standing up, communicating, no walls, no barriers, nothing. I'm going, this is crazy. You know, I went into this factory where they're doing metal production. They're making electrical boxes. It looked like Disneyland. They had beautiful things painted on the walls, murals. Everything was color-coded. All walkways were all perfect. Everything was clean. There was virtually no work in process. Everything was run through the factory, one-piece flow. Everything was being replenished the same day. I went and saw factories like this. They were doing mold changes that were taking them 5 minutes to change 5 molds. Any other company in the world, 8 hours. Take your breath away. Watch this. Watch this. It's not even comprehensible what you're watching. No robots, just wheels, casters. Look at this. 5 minutes, 5 molds. Highly technical molds to a thousandth of an inch. No adjustments, no tools. Toolless change. There are no tools. Look at this. Boom. You just saw those guys change 5 molds. Look at this, and the machine's running. Do you feel like a slacker right now? You should. Do you know what that word slacker means? Do you have that word in your vernacular? Completely and totally inadequate, you should feel. A moron. Because I've been doing this for 24 years, and it takes us 15 minutes to change 1 mold. I've been doing this for 24 years. 15 minutes to change 1 mold. And they just changed 5 highly precision molds in 5 minutes. perfect parts last and first. That is the gap that's out there. You should be very excited right now. Because if you realize there's that big a gap in what you're doing, the potential for you is mind-numbing. That's the way I feel, even to this day. They revere me as maybe one of the best in the world at doing lean, you know? I'm a joke next to Japan. A complete and total joke. But it doesn't bother me, because every day my company's getting better. And I love it. I love every second of it. So this is what most companies are doing. This is the way you operate. This is the way I operate compared to the Japanese. Customers right there. Customers say, okay, change my tires. Okay. Change the tire. Come on, come on, come on, come on. This guy's standing around. How many people got standing around your factory? Yep. Change the tire. I'll hold the tire. That's good value-added work. Yeah, good value-added work. Holding the tire. Oh, walking. Okay, there you go. Okay? This is the way you're operating. This is the way I operate compared to the Japanese. But this is what world class looks like. This is what teamwork looks like. This is what operational excellence looks like. Flow. Okay? This is the way things should go. I should walk in to this conference room, open my laptop, plug a cable in, everything should be set up, and I should go. It should take 2-3 minutes max. But instead, it was 10 people in a total freaking scramble for 1 hour. And we were still fixing it afterwards. Do you believe me? I'm not exaggerating now? Let me tell you something. I don't care where I go in the world, whether it be Germany, Sweden, Finland, the United States, you name it. The first slide is what's going on. And don't deceive yourself that it's not, because it is. This is what I aspire to. Are we there? No. Compared to everybody else in the world, this is who we are. Compared to Toyota, we're a joke. Doesn't bother me. I'm on the journey. Okay? Japan. Earth to Japan.
I want to show you lean bathroom right now. Okay, so this is the layout of the bathroom. And what's the difference between this and this is there's a baby chair inside in the bathroom. And you are right here right now, and then on the left side and the right side. And then these blue ones are vacant, and then the red one is used. So come on over here. You can see how many seats are left. And this is a Japanese style of bathroom. And then what it shows you here, also the light, if it's red, it's used, and then the blue is vacant. Come over here. Even this room has a baby chair in here. This is a baby chair right here. And if you have a stick to walk, you can just stick in here, or even umbrella, you can just stick in here. When you sit down, you're going to take out this tissue, bathroom tissue, and then this is the spray for the cleaner. And then you kind of wipe here, and then you do your stuff, and then you kind of push this button. And that's all it. And this is even the toilet for your baby to sit down.
This is in a public toilet on a rest stop on the side of the road. Earth to Japan. What is everyone else thinking? This is everywhere in Japan. This is the level of respect they have for their people. The level of dignity that they pay to their people, that they care that much that they get those details right. Now you know why I came back from Japan and said, I have no clue what I'm doing. My bathrooms in my facility look like this. All Japanese bidet toilet seats. I'm a factory. Why would I do that? Because I respect my people. I care about my people. Why do I have granite countertops in my bathroom with flowers? To make me feel good? To make my people feel good. For me to say, I care about you. This is what Japan's doing. I care about you. A deep respect for people and for resources. This is the thinking. Okay, a spotless culture. It's not perfect. Japan's not perfect. They have all kinds of problems. I want Japan's problems. Please dump them on me as fast and furious as you can. I would love to have Japan's problems and not the problems of the rest of the world. They're not perfect, but they are so much better than everywhere else. Lexus, yellow smokestacks, so everyone can visually see what is being emitted into the environment. Everything absolutely organized at the highest level. Soda machines, easy to clean underneath everything. OPM, 0 defects, not Six Sigma. This is the president of the company. Where's the thing? Guys, what's the goal? Production? No. What did I tell you Japan is doing? Toyota's doing? No defects. They're focused on defects. What is the manager, what does the top leader walk around in Toto wearing? 0 defects. That's what we're going for. Not how productive we are. 0 defects. What do you do when you have a problem? South Africa, what do you do when you have a problem? Are you getting it? Are you seeing the theme? Now remember, South Africa didn't have this problem. You didn't get 2 atomic bombs dropped on you. You didn't have the United States fly planes at low altitude, B-28 bombers, and drop napalm and gas on you and burn the entire country to the ground. Because that's what we did. And you know what? And I'm not mad about that either, to be honest with you. The Japanese were some pretty evil people. You got to face the facts, and they know it. But they made a what? A pivot. Remember? Now we know Japan as being the most peaceful country in the world, the most polite people in the world, the most hospitable people in the world. They made a what? Made a pivot. They did some pretty bad atrocities in World War II. If you don't know your history, you should know about it. I'm not here to talk down Japan because there's nobody on the planet I think that loves Japan more than me. But the reality is they were pretty bad. They did some terrible things. And to stop them, we burned their country to the ground and dropped 2 atomic bombs on them. So this is what they had to start with in 1945. But today, most technically advanced country in the world, most peaceful country in the world, cleanest country in the world. I could go, the list goes on and on and on. It's just endless. No excuses. They didn't make excuses. Oh, United States, you burned me to the ground. I can't do it. Oh, I'm from South Africa. Our government's all up. Right? Oh, I could hear all the excuses already. Our people, they're not very well educated. No excuses. What?
No excuses.
What?
No excuses.
Exactly. When you have this mentality, things change. I went to Hawks, about a $100 million company, electronics. President of the company gets me down on my hands and knees in my suit and tie, makes me clean the floor. Humble. Humble. Sweeping, sorting, standardizing. Every day, this is their routine. This is where I got it from. People say, why did you do 3S? Because I learned it in Japan. I learned it from this man right here. Every day, Paul-san. First clean. This is shining, sweeping, cleaning all the machines, making sure everything's clean, sorting all the junk out of your work area that you don't need, creating clear standards on how you work. That's it. That's all we do, Paul, every day. And then we have a short meeting. We talk about what our defects are, where our problems are, what the safety issues are, and then we go to work. That's what we do. And I added one thing to it, making videos. So my creative twist to this whole thing that Japan taught me was let's start making videos because it was a more effective way to transmit information, yokaten, to everyone. Everyone understand where I'm going with this? Okay? Look at this. This just recently. They're up there cleaning the sign. These are the sales manager. What did I say this guy is? Okay, you got it? The sales manager. If you're not humble and you think these jobs are below you, you're clueless. When I left my hotel room this morning, you know what I did? I made the bed. You know what else I did? I looked around in my place. I said, if I'm the maid and I'm walking into Paul Akers' room, does Paul Akers a pig? Or is Paul Akers thinking of the maid? Respect for people. You better change your perspective. I've had top leaders from all over the world come to Japan, and they say to me, I would have never thought in a million years about how I leave my hotel room till I came to Japan with you. If you can't think at this level, you cannot think about lean. You must consider your impact on the people around you. In Japan, we have a word for that. It's called meiwaku. To be a burden to somebody else. When you get on the train in Japan, everyone automatically puts their backpack in front of them. Why? So when you turn, you're not hitting somebody else. Meiwaku. Don't be a burden to somebody else. This whole level of thinking is, what is your action? How is your action impacting the people around you? You're not the king just because you're the CEO. You're a part of the team. How is your action impacting them? This is the way they do it. They teach humility. Everyone works together. Looking for problems. Smart people. This is so beautiful. I asked him. I said, when Ford comes here, when Nissan comes here, because people are coming from around the world to Hawk, what do they think? And he's a PhD in electronics. He said, oh, Paul, smart people can't believe it can be this simple. It's so simple. You know, we have to justify our existence. We have to justify why we have that PhD on the wall, why we have that master's degree. It's all BS. Okay? 3S'ing. Now, does 3S'ing apply to the factory floor? We've talked a little bit about that. No, it applies to everything. You look at my laptop, everything is very carefully organized. You want to see, you come up here after the presentation, I'll show you. I'm constantly 3S'ing, deleting, creating clear standards. This is my office. This is my office desk. Constantly sorting things out that I don't need. This is constant, whether it be physical or digital. I'm constantly doing it. Okay? This is the way the most of the world functions. So one more time, let's go back just so we have a clear visual. This is lean thinking, and this is probably you and the rest of the world. Do you want to work in that environment? Because that's reality. Go pull your drawer open. Go check it out. Go look at your desktop. Go check it out. Go look at all the documents you've downloaded and haven't sorted through them. So every day that I was in Africa, I don't know if some of you know this, some of you don't, I produced a video, like a documentary quality video, like unbelievable video for every day of our trip. 18 videos, just in time, every day I produced it. Every day, at the end of every day, I deleted all the videos. My phone's always clean. I produced it, just in time, boom, deleted, sorted, got rid of it all. Uploaded to YouTube, it was done. Transmitted around the world, those videos, just in time. Why? Because I understand the power of 3S'ing. It's not about manufacturing. It's about everything you do in your life. Okay? So I said I get it. What is lean? Learning to see waste. Eliminating waste by fixing what bugs you. Every day we're confronted with things that are just clunky and pitiful. Do you stop and fix them? This is the essence of what Toyota's doing. That's why they stopped the line. Okay, lean burrito. I made this video, it's one of the first videos I ever made. It really illustrates, you have to excuse me, I look a little differently now because I'm a little better fit, because I started applying lean to my physiology as well, but lean burrito.
In an attempt to always find ways, this is my burrito that I eat. Now they asked me when I bought it if I wanted sour cream and hot sauce, and I said yes. So instead of putting it in the burrito, they gave it to me in a separate container. I have an idea. Next time, put the sour cream and the hot sauce in the burrito. Okay, I just finished my burrito, and this is all the waste. We have the aluminum foil that's going to be thrown out, the paper that's going to be thrown out, the container from the salsa and the sour cream. We have 2 napkins, one I didn't use, and a whole little box here with a plastic fork and a plastic knife, all going to be put in the landfill for 1 burrito. All I really needed was the aluminum foil to wrap it in, and that was it. Sour cream, everything could have been inside. In 1 napkin, I would have made less of a mess, and I would have been perfect. Look at all the waste.
Check out this waste. We did a spreadsheet. 4 cents for a carton. The knife and fork, 6 cents. Everything added up to 31 cents a waste per burrito. 30 burritos a day, $9.30 times 7 days a week, 52 weeks. $3,385 per store. If you take 31 cents a burrito times 10 million burritos a day in the U.S. alone, that's $3.1 million in the landfill. That's total waste. Okay, I'm back in the local coffee shop, curb shops, and we're going to get ourselves a lean burrito. Watch how this is done. Hi, Gina. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Can I get a lean burrito?
Sure.
I want a burrito with sour cream, hot sauce inside, aluminum foil, and nothing else in one napkin.
Sounds good.
Okay, thanks, Gina. Here it comes, the lean burrito. What do we got? Aluminum foil, one napkin. Wow, that's amazing. Look at all the waste we eliminated. With the sour cream and everything inside. Isn't this yummy? Look at this thing. All ready to go, just the way I wanted it, just what the customer wanted, and no more and no less. What do you think? Do you see the waste that's going on everywhere and in everything? I got on the plane just the other day, coming here yesterday on Airlink. Great airline, really liked it. They gave us a little box with some food in it. I took like 3 bites of a few things in there because I didn't ask for any of that stuff. I just only took the things that I wanted. And then I gave the box back to them along with everybody else with 80% of it not being consumed. And then they went and collected all the boxes down the aisle. It's just staggering. Then they took it up to the front, and then they hired a cleaning crew to come in and take it, and then take it to trash cans, and then put it in trash cans, and then a big garbage company to come and take it to the landfill, and then a big D9 cat to bulldoze it over, and then management systems and ecosystems to manage the methane gas that's coming off. All because they can't see the waste that they're producing. And this is happening billions of times a day all over the world. And it's happening in your factory and your company all day long. But when you start to see it at this level, everything changes. Okay? I want you to think really deeply about this video. Very important. So I love lean, right? I love it. I'm passionate about this. I don't do this because for any other reason other than because I believe in it, right? So I'm speaking in Chicago. This guy works for a bank. He walks up to me. Listen to what he says.
Antonio, how long you been doing lean?
Our company started about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But I personally been doing lean for about 8 months or so.
Yeah.
I absolutely hated lean at first.
No.
Yes,
I've heard this before.
Yeah, I did not like it. I just saw it as some really weird business tool to get more productivity out of me for the same or less pay.
Oh yeah.
And,
so you saw all the potential underlying things what your boss was trying to do, and really it was not about that at all.
No, actually, the way it worked out is I started implementing lean first in my home.
Yeah.
And when I saw the benefits in my own house, like my bathroom and just getting up and making things easier.
You're awesome.
I just started using it at work. I'm like, why wouldn't I do this at work if it's gonna make 8 hours a lot easier for me? So it just kind of progressively got better, and now I love it. I even love 3S'ing. It's great.
I love it too.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you really understand it. When you feel the benefits. In Japan, you feel the benefits of Kaizen. You feel the benefits of cooperation. You feel the benefits of things being well organized. You feel the benefits of there not being defects. You feel the benefits of things functioning at a high level. You feel the benefits of people being trained at this super high level. You go in Japan, the clerks at the 7-Elevens, oh my gosh, takes your breath away. You go to a grocery store, the way the people are trained, you just go, how could it be? You feel the benefits. When you feel the benefits of lean, you will fall in love with it. That's all there is to it. So this is the key. Okay? So transform. Everywhere I go around the world, tens of thousands of companies doing 2-second lean. Wade's been to Japan with me a couple times now. He sends me this message. Listen to what he says. Lean is not about making money. Don't ever make it about making money. It's not about making money. It's about delivering higher quality for your customers. The money is a shadow. It's a shadow of doing the job right. Listen to what Wade says.
Hey Paul, this is Wade Holbrook. I wanted to let you know that since I met you in August of last year over in Greece, we have now about 85% participation. That's really good, solid videos and improvements every single day. We're almost to 100, and that has happened in 1 year, and the impact has been incredible. And it's working, and it takes a lot of work, and it takes time, and you gotta stay after it. But it's only been a year, and some of the results of that I want to share with you. Our bottom line from August of last year has improved plus $347,000 in 1 year. And that is, at the same time, our sales have actually declined. So that's not a sales increase, that's a total efficiency increase of manpower, eliminating waste. I just wanted to let you know that it's possible, because this last year I've totally focused on getting the culture right. Next year I'm going to go for 100% participation, and we'll start to grow sales, and with the efficiency we made, it's just going to be amazing lifestyle.
That's what happens. It happens over and over again all over the world. It's a very simple formula. Lean beer. What is lean beer like? How long does it take to pour a glass of beer? You ever thought about it? Well, Josh, my good friend, came up with a way to do beer at a whole different level. And Josh's company was almost out of business. He developed this product, but he didn't know about lean. But he was a lean thinker kind of intuitively. He didn't know about 2-second lean. And then he adopted it, and it transformed his entire company. This is the story.
The best place to see Josh Springer's invention is at a ball game, but away from the action.
How simple is the technology? It's very simple. Very, very simple.
To fully appreciate it, you need to have two traits. One, you hate standing in line. Two, you have an affinity for beer.
I got Bud Regular, I got Michelob Ultra. I'm the kind of guy that won't wait in a beer line. I go to the event, I pay good money for the seats.
So just to prove to himself it could be done,
Everybody looked at me like I was crazy.
he set out to end the beer line forever with a dispenser that pours the beer from the bottom up. The speed is something to behold. Springer says he holds an unofficial world record for pouring 56 beers in 1 minute. His videos on YouTube have gone viral.
Why do you think people get so excited seeing a beer filled up from the bottom? That's a great question, but I still kind of giggle when I see it happen too. It just kind of captivates you.
So how do you fill a beer up from the bottom? Well, as you may have suspected, there's a hole in the bottom of the cup. But the key to making all this work is with this, a simple magnet. So when you put the cup on here, the magnet is suspended, and then the liquid comes in, and then you get...
Right, the liquid comes in from around the holes underneath the magnet.
Once the beer is filled, just grab the cup and the magnet forms a perfect seal with a tin ring embedded in the cup.
What do people do with the magnets when they're done?
They take them and put them on their fridge.
Which leads to Springer's second great idea. Get advertisers to put their logos on the magnet.
Pretty crazy, right? Now, the powerful story is, when I saw this video, I started using it in my presentation about lean thinking. What did Josh do? He was standing in the beer line. Did he go to the game? Think about this. Why did he go to the basketball game? To watch the game. Did he go to the basketball game to stand in a beer line? No. That's waste. Customer waiting. Over processing. Excess motion. I told you, this is in everything, everywhere you go. So Josh naturally said, well, I don't want to wait in this beer line. And as a result, not an engineer, went home and started running experiments. Principle number 2, what is lean thinking? Run the experiment. Do not be afraid of failure. I'm sure he failed hundreds of times before he figured out how to do it. So I show this as an example of lean thinking. But ironically, it turns out Josh didn't know anything about lean. And people saw my presentation on YouTube and said, I know Josh Springer, and I showed him your video. And Josh calls me and says, Paul, you know what? I didn't know anything about lean thinking. I watched your business. You can't believe it. I was almost out of business. A great idea, but crappy processes for making it. He started doing 2-second lean. His company exploded because he got the process right, not just the idea. The ideas seem sexy, but it's the one that has the good process that wins. So he started doing 2-second lean, came to Japan with me and everything else. And now he's a lean maniac. So talk about a pivot. Very successful, but couldn't manage the processes. Got the processes right. Company is incredible. Same message for all of you. Okay? All my people are process engineers. Nobody has the title. I don't have the title as president of FastCap. I'm a process engineer. Everyone is process engineers. All we do all day long is focus on our processes. Whether they're in the office, whether they're in the graphic design, whether they're on the factory floor. All process. Okay? Where is FastCap? Bellingham, Washington, just outside of Seattle. So this is what it looks like. This is the kind of process. This is the kind of little details we're concerned about.
So Austin, show me a great new improvement.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, to start the case, we have to open it up and always have to fumble around with this. It's really difficult.
4 latches, a little cumbersome.
No, really difficult. So check this out. Wes from the YPO gave me this great idea of how to open the hinges. Very simple. Close the case really simple. Look at that. All closed, all nice and easy to go.
One motion.
One motion.
Amazing job.
Thanks, Wes.
What do you think of that? Who would worry about that? Have you ever heard of anybody in the world worrying about how a case opens? Impossible. Impossible. But when you become a lean thinker, everything changes. Everything changes. So I tell you, we have lots of problems in our company, but the problems we're solving are so tiny compared to the rest of the world. They're little tiny things. And the vibration lines, or the variation that most people are managing every day at FastCap are very tiny. And we're having so much fun reducing that. So we have more time to be creative, to think up new ideas, to enjoy life, to sit down and have a coffee break, play guitar, and just enjoy life. Because we're not managing fires like the rest of the world, because we're doing stuff like this. Our injection molding department, Skylar.
His favorite improvement, we're at the solo kit station. We used to have these paper cones here that we had to replace all the time. We got 3D printed ones instead.
Wow, and this is a famous area. This is one that everyone always comes to.
Look at the distance as she moved her hand to do that. From there to there. This far.
Perfect angle so it funnels down. Boy, you made lots of
Look how everything's connected together.
Wow, look at you have 2 of them now. Great job, Elena.
One more at the station. Gosh, we used to have these inserts with no UPCs on them, and we had to put a small UPC on every single insert. Now they come with it printed on it.
Wow.
Saves so much time. We build a ton of.
Skylar, what's your favorite improvement 2017?
Setting up our molds to do some injection molding. These hoses are usually just dangling, you know. Can't let them get pinched by the mold. So we would tie them up or whatever, but we printed out these plastic parts with our 3/4 holy mag in it. Wow. Just slap it right on. It's not going anywhere. Good to go.
Genius. Another improvement?
I can't turn the motor on. I've got to close the door. I don't want to walk around. See a string right here.
Wow, that's amazing.
So in Japan, Toyota has a saying. Could change your life if you get this, what I'm going to say right now. You ready? 1 step, 1 second, 1 yen. Tyler didn't have to walk 30 steps all the way around the machine and all the way back. 30 yen. They're focused on such small little things. What's a yen? A couple cents? 1 step equals 1. 1 step equals 1 second. Equals 1. Is Japan focused on tectonic improvements? Small, incremental kaizens. This is what we teach, and this is why our people can see it. 1 step, 1 second, 1 It's very simple. Computer, click, 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 click. 40 yen. Or the way I do it, you ask me a question, I answer all my messages personally. You don't have to go through any filters. I do TextExpander. I type in a couple letters, populates everything you want to know. I have 40, 50, 100 TextExpanders. I get asked questions over and over again. Boop, 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 done. Everything's done. I'll show you. As we go along, I'll show you how I do it. But this is the thinking. It has nothing to do with manufacturing. It has to do with your ability to see the waste in every process. Your ability to see the waste in every process. No matter what it is. Hooking up the computer, coming into a conference center, answering an email, following up on a sales lead, the way you make a refrigeration unit, the way you stock inventory, the way you receive inventory from a vendor, the way you communicate to the vendor, the way you process everything in your company. The way your people clock in, the way your people clean the toilets, the way your people make coffee. Everything is a process. Start fixing them. Is everyone clear? Making the complex simple. So, when I went to Kazakhstan, I've been in Kazakhstan for 8 years working with the largest construction company in the country. Aydin is the president. And when I spoke to them 8 years ago, I was posting all my videos on YouTube. And Aydin came up to me after the conference and said, Paul, I have another idea. So I'm in front of 100 leaders. He stood up. So imagine 100 people in the room. They've flown me all the way from the United States. And he said, Paul, stop. We're going to do it differently. We're not going to go to YouTube. I didn't get offended. I just listened. I wanted to hear what his idea was. He said, we're going to create a WhatsApp chat, and we're going to break the company up, 7,000 employees. We're going to break the company up into groups of 100, and everyone's going to start posting their improvements on the chat so they can yokaten. I looked at him, I'm the big lean guru. Aydin, that's genius. I changed my whole MO. I still post on YouTube so people can see it around the world, but I teach everybody what Aydin taught me on that fateful day in Kazakhstan to create WhatsApp chats, Signal chats, whatever it is, and start creating group yokaten with all information. Genius. So this is continuous improvement. If you are presented with an idea that is contrary to the idea you came up with and you get defensive, you are not a lean thinker. You do not care about continuous improvement. You care about your ego. I care about the customer. I don't care about my ego at all. All I care about is satisfying my customer at the highest level. And if I can produce a better culture by creating a WhatsApp chat, a Signal chat, so information can be disseminated and we can make more improvements, bring it on now. Because I care about my customer. I care about my customer. Do you care about your customer or your ego? This is what happened.
I'm at this job site, and I'm with all the supervisors. We're walking around, and I asked them, when did they switch in their mind to do lean because they want to do it, not because management was telling them to do it. And Ruslan right here, who is the leader of this massive project, Green Quarters, you can see the size of it, it's just staggering. He pulls out his phone. Show me your phone, Ruslan. And he said, the improvements are happening so fast that he doesn't even have time.
Это за вчерашнее, я уже просмотрел.
This is for yesterday. I watched all of this. He doesn't even have time to look at them all. This is for yesterday.
О, сегодня уже не успеваю открыть и просматривать, потому что Белгрупп скидывает колоссальное улучшение.
So the improvements are happening so fast, they don't even have time to look at them. You ever seen anything like that before in your life?
Thank you, Aiden. Better idea than Paul Akers. Today, we've trained over 200 of their top leaders of this company in Japan. Spent over $1 million bringing his people to Japan. But that's not good enough for Aiden. That's not good enough for the BI group, because now the BI group has built 37 schools on lean principles. He got the government contract because his schools are so much more efficient and so much better that he's building all the schools in Japan, in Kazakhstan. Now that's not good enough. Aiden is now sending the principals from all the schools to Japan with me to learn lean thinking. What's your vision? My father said, I'll trade all the intelligence of the world for someone with. What's your vision? What's your vision for South Africa? Do you have a vision like Aiden has for Kazakhstan to change his country? Putting his money where his mouth is? I want you to think really deeply about what Ludwig did here. I mean, this is some pretty big vision. Pretty gutsy to want to pull this off. Are you going to do something with it? Are you going to be an Aiden? Global Lean Leadership Summit every year somewhere around the world. We have a company that hosts all 2 second lean companies from all over the world. Last year it was in Ireland. This year it's in the UK. It's by invitation only, because if we opened it up to everyone, we'd have 1,000 people there, and we can't do it. Usually the venues are too small to be able to do that, but we have hundreds of people come. And the particular year we went to Cambridge Engineering, and as we walked around their factory that had been completely transformed by lean thinking, hundreds of employees, we interviewed some of the people, and hopefully this brings chills to you when you hear what these people say.
It's extremely open-minded, and they're always pushing you forward to improve. There's no limits on the improvements.
What about how much time it takes? They don't care that it takes time for you to make these improvements?
No, it may set you behind during your day, but next week and next month you're going to make up for it and then some. And I've seen that, because when I first started doing lean, I was in training, and we started with 8 units a day, and we went up to 10. And I'm like,
and that's just in 2 months.
Right, and I'm like, how am I supposed to do this? If you would just let me work and stop talking about all this lean stuff. But now that I've made a few improvements, I'm faster, and now we're doing more units, and I'm getting them done faster and with less errors.
Awesome, great job, Greg.
Thank you.
Doesn't stop there.
I've been introduced to lean before, but it was introduced to me as a tool, not necessarily a philosophy or a way of seeing everything.
Right.
And I wasn't necessarily encouraged to make changes where I was at before.
And here they do?
Here, very much so.
So are you doing this to please the management because you're brown nosing, or are you doing it because you believe in it?
No, sir. It makes my job easier. It makes my job easier, and
what do you think of the leadership of this company?
they're unique, and
Why are they unique?
they're unique in the sense of they care. They're humble enough to come out here and talk to me. I've never had that. I'll say that right now. They're humble enough to come and ask how I'm doing as a worker.
At what level? Who would come out here and talk to you?
Mark, our president. I see him twice a day, probably.
And he knows your name?
Absolutely. He knew my name before I could remember his.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding. He knew my name before I couldn't remember his name for the first 3 days. He just introduced himself as Mark. Because he is Mark. He's not Mr. President. The level of humility in this place is amazing. It's across the board. It's enough to bring a man to tears.
It brings me to tears, to be honest with you.
And I want to do good because They care. The environment here is just so encouraging, and that's, I don't know how else I can put it.
Is it just Mark that cares, or is
No,
it
sir.
everybody?
No, it's everybody. It starts with a universal experience. Everybody, our staff cleans the bathroom alongside us. We clean the bathroom, they clean the bathroom.
Alongside the management.
Shirts and ties, yes. We'll get on the floor, scrub the toilets. This is how we operate here. We're on the same team. We're all on the same team.
Does that validate that you're doing the right thing in life?
That gave us that time, you know, because that lean improvement that we're doing. This is every day. I mean, it's not just we're just talking, we're living. We used to weld this onto the floorhouse, right? And if it was welded wrong or something like that, that was trash. Now this is screws. So if this is going wrong, take the screws out. To be honest, that extra time you have at the end of the day, you're not as fatigued, because at the end of the day, you sit down, he makes the little chart on his shoulder over there. At the end of the day, nobody comes over and says, you should be working, you owe me an extra hour left in the day, we paid for that. You sit down on that, nobody come over, you know, we paying you, none of that. Say, how about we try it this way? Does it work for you? Go for it. But we got the okay from the top to do it. We don't have to get permission from our bosses unless it's a big dollar amount or it can really affect production. But if it's something that you can do it. We use a $1 million machine to punch the hole bigger, and this is the shaft over here.
Right.
This,
Okay.
you do like 100, 200 at a
And
time.
now you use a dollar piece of wood and a piece of metal.
Take this, put it in there, put this over here.
One piece flow.
As we need it.
As you need it, just in time, right here.
As you need it.
This hinge had to be, it was spot welded onto the lid, but then this side of the hinge had to be welded, MIG welded onto the can itself. It was very easy to get this thing spot welded on there crooked. Then when you went to go close the lid, it was wrong. Wouldn't close properly. So Marvin, as he likes to call himself, was a pit bull on this and just kept honoring.
Notice how he's giving credit to the worker.
To make this easier. So now everything is riveted together. This has to be turned one way for an up blast and the other way for a down blast. Well, if you accidentally spot welded those things wrong, you have to throw those ones away. Now, take the screws off, turn it around.
Total flexibility.
Absolutely. I'm a welder by trade, so I got rid of welding, and they said that's totally unheard of. My guy said thought I was nuts. You know, I said, God, you gonna get yourself out of a job, get rid of welding. No, I looked at the overall deal, how that affects everybody. The guys over here, the guys down there, even our guys out in the field that install these. If they run into a problem, something's not flowing right or whatever, instead of throwing away the whole deal, you throw away that piece is wrong and put a new piece
So
in.
you weren't thinking about yourself, you're thinking about the team.
Everybody. It's a win-win situation all the way around.
So what do you think's more valuable for you as a worker, to be a welder or to be a lean problem solver?
A lean problem solver. Because once you eliminate the problems that bug you, and that's what we call things that bug you, like that did, it makes your life easier. Instead, say if it took you 20 minutes to do something, and you just eliminated 10 minutes off of it, that frees you up to do something else or train. I can do this job, I can do burner, I can do him, accessories, but you're versatile.
How valuable is Marvin as a welder? How valuable is Marvin as a lean thinker? No comparison, right? Development of people. The Toyota production system is not a production system. It is a human development system. Cambridge Engineering, 8,000 videos. This was 10 years ago, in 2 years. 8,000 videos on YouTube. People come from all over the world to tour them and learn from them. They're influencing companies all over the world.
Employee-generated video is not a normal concept, especially in manufacturing. The idea of making simple improvement videos, where each person can make a simple, short selfie video of something that was bothering them and actions that they took, and then putting that out there so that they could share that with the rest of the company. It started at the employee level. It started in our sheet metal department, making small improvements in sheet metal And when I started seeing them, I'm like, this is amazing.
What we have here is a bin of push-mount zip ties on our units. We put one push-mount zip tie here to hold the cord. Seeing my coworkers make videos, seeing how relatively simple their ideas were, yet how much they actually helped them, made it easier for me to want to make those videos.
This year, we're on track to make 2,200 videos. What we're after is continuous improvement. We're not actually after the video. The video just happens to be how we share that improvement across the company and how it inspires me and others to do it more often. Over the last 5 years, we've been able to double revenue and triple operating profit. And that has come based on thousands of small improvements made by all of our employees across the whole organization.
Take your breath away.
Well, just look at everybody here. I mean, come on, to be in an environment like this, people are thriving, and it is so wonderful to go home every day and you see people that are talking, solving problems, engaged, and happy. And when you see that health, it makes me really happy, but it just blows me away because you know they're going home with the same the same energy level, not drained, not beat up. But and if you go home with energy, it's amazing what you can do to get back to your family. Be better fathers, mothers, brothers, daughters, sons.
You know organizational health when you feel it and when you're in the middle of it. It's just a whole bunch of different things that are all coming together, a lot of small things that are coming together. But without it, it's hard to do anything well. With it, it's hard to do much wrong. And it feels right now like we're making great strides in organizational health and things are falling into place because of it.
Metric connects basically organizational health with sustainable growth. It says that it's the #1 key ingredient, and more important than strategy, more important than product or market. And I believe that. I believe that the other leaders resonate with that. It really matched the core of who Cambridge has been for 53 years, and a family-based business that loves their people well.
So how do you do it? Every person, everything, every day. The kata, the routine of developing your people every day, developing your processes every day, and making it the essence of what you do. That's how you create this organizational health. That's how you create an extraordinary company that the whole world will want to come to and figure out what you're doing. And the people in this room, if you figure this out, you'll change this country. Everything's free. There's no ask. Go do it. Let's break for lunch.
Just quickly before we go, sorry, I know you have all sat a long time now. Lunch will be ready in the next 22 minutes, 25 minutes. Paul, can we have some questions quickly?
Yes, absolutely. Let's do it.
Okay. Any questions, guys? Sorry, I know that's a little bit late, sorry.
If you've got a question, just raise your hand.
So I have a question, Paul.
Yes.
And I know that we have many guys here that are not in a production environment, they're more on a project environment.
Right.
Okay. Which means that they make, for argument's sake, they repair in the situation of Stratmac, they repair buckets. For argument's sake. What else? What else do you repair? Crushers. So it's not a production line where it's running from one step to the next.
Right.
So the question is, how do you apply then lean?
But isn't it a production line? Isn't repairing going from one repair to another? Isn't that a production line?
That's what I'm asking. So let's
I mean,
discuss that.
let's think about it. It's how you prepare to solve the next problem, how you move from one problem to the next. It has nothing to do with making the same widget over and over again. It's how you set yourself up to solve the next problem. How effective is your toolbox? And your toolbox is not just the physical tools, it's the way everything is organized around your work. Okay? A couple questions here.
Coming back to the
You say your name and stand up.
Okay, my name's Ronwin from StruckBack. So I think it's coming back to the keeping stock. It saved us a lot when companies need something urgently. So how do you go to that?
When someone needs something urgently,
So we work for the mines and everything. If they have a breakdown on the mine, we have it in stock. So the things we make take about 4 to 5 weeks to make.
okay, well, the obvious answer at face value is you have to be prepared to have that in stock for them. That's the first answer. You have to do that because you don't want their machines need to keep running. But then the deeper question or the deeper thinking is, why does it take you 4 weeks to make it? So remember the video I showed you, everyone else in the world changes 4 dies, 5 dies in 8 hours, but Japan changes it in 5 minutes. Why is it taking you 4 weeks to make the product?
So we have 4 or 5 different divisions. So from plate work to boiler making to welding to machining. So a lot of different components working from.
Okay, so why? So what? So what? Why does it take you that long? So what?
The size,
The-
amount of work going into
The size. Oh, the size, eh? Okay, well, let's just see about the size. That's an interesting thing. Okay, the size. Keep going. The size to what? So, can't you figure out a way to do it differently? You can't. Come on. Come on. You got to be able to.
Availability of material during certain times. So like for instance, we had a project now. There was no channels in South Africa.
So I would be.
Channels, we had to wait about 3 weeks. We didn't have any stock.
Okay, well then you need to go upstream to why they don't have it in stock and figure out what's going on there, don't you think? No? Right or no?
Probably planning.
There you go. Ah, interesting. So planning. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
How do you plan for a breakdown?
Well, I don't know. You tell me. How do you plan for a breakdown?
I'm asking you.
No, but I'm not going to give you the answer. You got to tell me how you're going to do it. Well, if I give you the answer, you don't learn anything. Right? You don't learn anything if I give you the answer. So come on, help me. Come on. How do you do it? Which is exactly what I want you to do. I want you to think deeply about what's really going on. Think deeply about what's really going on. And when you start thinking deeply, you're going to become the profound lean thinker, and everything's going to change.
The main thing is planning. I definitely agree about that.
The main thing is what?
Planning.
Planning. Okay, so now that's the 5 whys. Why are you not planning more? Watch where this is going to go, everyone. Pay close attention. Why are you not planning more?
It's a breakdown.
What do you mean it's a breakdown? I don't understand. Why are you not planning more?
It depends on the client what he wants. The client, for instance, today needs something by the end of the week. I have to plan for that, and most of the time we don't
Okay,
have
so why is the client doing that? Why? I don't know the answer. I'm just asking you. Why is the client doing that? What? Ah, now see, we're going upstream. So why didn't the client plan? I told you this is going to go somewhere interesting. Why isn't the client planning? Why isn't the client planning? Why?
Maintenance.
Why? Maintenance? Oh, okay. Gee, the problem's also all of a sudden turning out to be a different problem than we thought. So the client is not doing good preventative maintenance. Is that right? Okay, so why is the client, oh, it doesn't stop there. Why is the client not doing good preventative maintenance? Do you see what happens when you solve problems downstream instead of upstream? This is what the whole world is doing. The whole world is solving problems downstream. When if you go upstream, you'll really solve the problem at its core, and all the other problems will disappear. But as long as you solve them downstream, all you're doing is solving that problem, but not the essence. So why are they not doing preventive maintenance? Come on. Why? Come on, you guys, everyone think. We got a lot of smart people in this room. Come on, get a mic. Someone, look at, I'm trying to come up with a slide right now. You need to work as a team and make this work. So work with me, okay? It's not the Paul show here. It's the South African show. So everyone work together.
Hi, I'm Jessie. I think that maybe you can give your clients a maintenance schedule or a maintenance plan, or how to fix their product, or how to clean their product, because that seems to be a problem. So just to educate them.
Okay, what was that? That was an interesting. Okay, what was that comment in the back? I want to hear what someone said.
The other thing is, you are in South Africa, so
What?
on the mines, they have breakdowns, they don't do maintenance, but you can't decide for them how to maintain their products. You can give them advice, but you can't tell them what to do.
Well, first of all, you need to change the whole thinking of the entire organism of mining. You are a team. You're not individual entities. And everybody's action affects somebody else. And if you start respecting one another and working as a team, you're going to get an entirely different outcome. So when you're a supplier to Toyota, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, whatever level you are, you're part of the Toyota family and team. You're not competing against each other. You're working together to deliver excellence to the customer. And when Toyota has a problem with a supplier, their top leaders are deployed to the supplier, not to scold them, but to train them and improve their processes. So if you become a profound lean thinker and your company does an extraordinary job with lean thinking, they will want you to come and help them. There's no better example of this than Alex Ramirez from Tubeloy, Vallourec. He works for a large oil and gas company, and they started doing 2-second lean, and it's such a high level, it almost takes your breath away. I've got all tons of videos on it. I can share it with the group. Alex is now training ExxonMobil and Halliburton on 2-second lean. What did I just say? I said, if you become profound in the way you deploy it, you will then become the teacher for companies that are much bigger and sophisticated than yourself. And this is exactly what happens. But you must do a great job. You must refine your processes. You must take your lead times. What did you say? Your lead time is 4 weeks? I'll tell you one thing. I'd come into your place and under 2 or 3 months, cut that in half blindfolded. It would be nothing for me to do that. Nothing at all. What was that?
Asking, are you busy next week?
No, because you have to do it. I gave you the information for you to understand this. Now you need to do it. You need to do it. Not rely on me. You can always send me a message and I'll give you my opinion anytime you want, but I want you to figure this out. Okay?
Okay, so work with me, yeah. I want to come close to you because we don't have too much. Okay, so what does your company actually do?
You're not talking to me.
Process. So let's go through the process, right? Okay.
Good job. Good job. I like what I'm hearing right now.
Okay. So you prepare. So you can't standardize your product. There's no way. It's a custom thing. You can't predict. Even with a good maintenance plan, it's going to become exorbitant to actually pay for that. Companies aren't going to want to replace something before it's broken. It has to break, and then they replace it. So you can't stand.
No, well, first of all, the first thing you should know is in Toyota, nothing breaks. Everything is replaced before it breaks. There is no breakdown in Toyota. Okay. So you have to. Yeah, that's why people drive Toyota, because they don't break down, right? Very rare. So the philosophy is no, nothing ever breaks. You actually perform a maintenance and you repair or you replace the part before it ever breaks. You never get to the fatigue point. So that's the first thing you got to think about there. But continue. I love what you're doing on the leadership. I just want to make sure that point is clear. Go ahead, continue.
Absolutely. Okay. If we can't standardize your product and say, okay, today we're going to come in and we're going to replace the part, because I think the speed at which your company would need to grow in order to actually do that as well. I don't know if in South Africa if we have that access to that kind of resource.
You guys are building helicopters.
What
you guys
can we actually do? So 2-second lean is a process, right? So what can we actually do to start implementing this and to actually improve the quality of your work, your turnover time? What can we implement to change this? If you can't standardize the product, the only solution that I see from, I don't know you from a bar of soap, but I think what can you actually do to standardize your process? What can you send someone out to go and inspect this stuff more regularly? Are these practical things that you can do? I don't know what your client list looks like. If you've got 200,000 clients in South Africa, I don't want to know what your diesel is going to look like. You better get your electric scooter or something. But can we start there?
Another problem is our clients middleman. So yeah, this is a process. It's my starting out, so we have to wait.
Microphone.
Hello.
No, just hold it up to your mouth.
This process, we can start in house with our own stuff, like making stuff easier to do.
Exactly.
He showed us. I'm one of the guys that Lou's working with. Astrak, I've been in. I'm not gonna say.
Okay.
I'm supposed to implement it, but you don't always get the time to do it. Because I'm overseeing 250 guys in the workshop.
That's
and
good.
Only that long.
You have big opportunities. So first of all, if I was overseeing 250 people, I would not worry about the 250 people. I'd find 10 people who really want to do lean thinking. I'd work with that one little department, and I would work with them 8 hours a day, as I advised Antonio earlier, and I work with them and develop lean thinking, create a learning laboratory within your company of 250 people. Then everybody else is doing their work the way they're doing it, but this one place is becoming operationally excellent in everything they're doing, and then everybody comes and learns from them and says, oh my gosh, look what's happening over here in fabrication, or look what's happening in welding, this is incredible. We'll help you, we'll teach you. Then those people become the teachers or the lean champions in the rest of your company. That's the way I do it. I would not try to do 250 people at one time.
They have a lot of leaders in our organization or our workplace. So all the guys, the foremen and everything, have their own team working underneath them. So they're taking charge of that as well. So making it a bit easier as well.
Everybody, when Mr. Amazawa went to Georgetown, Kentucky and became the president there, he had two things he said to all the Americans when he took over. Make your work easier. Make your process better. Now remember, this is the vice president of Lexus, the president of Georgetown, Kentucky in the United States, the most important plant in all of Toyota worldwide, the biggest plant, the most important in the United States. What were the two things he told his 8,000 employees and 60,000 sub-suppliers? What did he tell them? Make your work easier, make your process, make your, one more time, two things, repeat things that are simple to understand over and over again. Ono, make your work easier. Make your process. That's it. All day long, 8 hours a day. Mr. Amazawa got to the plant at 7 in the morning, worked in his office, which he didn't have an office because he worked as the president in a joint room with other people, worked from 7 to 8 in his office area, from 8 to 5 on the Gemba, 30,000 steps a day, from 5 to 6 in his office, and then he went home. Does that tell you what you should be doing? Get out of your office. Nothing but tells you lies. Lies, lies, lies. Those walls tell you lies. Get on the Gemba. Henry Ford. Okay, so I just want to go over this real quick. You need to understand, when you say, hey, the lead time's 4 weeks, and, nonsense. 1942, 43. Henry Ford takes over the production of the B-24 bomber. Makes 4,600 complex planes with over 200,000 parts. 86,000 completed aircrafts. 57,000 airplane engines. 4,000 military gliders. Every hour a plane was completed. You still want to give me your excuses? You really want, I think you should retract that. The same complex airplane with 200,000 parts, the difficulty level is on a level 1,000, 1,000,000 times more difficult than what you're doing.
Not if you're thinking lean.
Not if you're thinking lean.
Scale it and you can do it.
If I told you right now, you had to figure out how to produce your product in 4 weeks, in 4 days instead of 4 weeks, think about this, or build an airplane, a complex airplane, every 60 minutes. Which one would you choose? Which one would you choose? Which one would you choose? You choose this. I, with all due respect, you're delusional. I'm a pilot. I fly complex planes. You don't screw up in an airplane. Your stuff is sitting on the ground. You don't screw up in an airplane. You kill a lot of people very quickly. Okay?
Paul, just regarding what he's saying about the breakdown, even in our company, it's a daily basis. It's a daily basis. Now, the problem with the breakdown is, as soon as you say to a client, yes, then you're taking the work that's already there, that's in production. You're putting that beside because you're taking work on. So now you're taking the let's call it the breakdown work. And you need to finish that breakdown work in a certain time because your client needs to have the machine hypothetically that's in the mine operating then. But now the work that's already there, that's already scheduled, is being left behind. Which is a big problem. Now, that is all planning. When you take on work, never lie. When not lie. Do not say to a guy when you have a breakdown, I can do it in 3 days or 4 days.
See, now you're going upstream when you say don't lie. Now you're going upstream and solving the problem. The problem is you're lying.
That's the main factor. When you take on work, don't promise. Don't promise that you
And
can
there
achieve
is the problem.
what you can't achieve.
You're lying to yourself, you're lying to your people, you're lying to your customer.
If you do the right planning and you sit down and you see, well, the material's going to take me 2 weeks to get. And you do the planning regarding the welding, the manufacturing, all those kind of things, you can actually give that client, let's call it a reasonable, a realistic, no, never realistic, because there's always other.
Under promise, over deliver.
Yes. And the problem with that is the work that you've got that's supposed to go out is getting placed behind. It's getting neglected.
It's a disaster.
It's a disaster.
You're just nothing but all you guys are firefighters. You don't realize you're not manufacturers. You're firefighters. You're babysitters to bad processes.
I know that there's still some issues that we have in our environment with reference to where we're saying we're not lying, but we need to get the work into the company. So do we say yes or do we say no? That's the question that we all have, because work out there is not plentiful. So we never say no because of that fact.
No. Okay, but you got to think about it. So again, you've got to look long term. Toyota was not the best in the beginning. It took them 30 years to figure this out. 30 years before people recognized, oh my gosh, what are they doing? If Toyota operated on the principle, oh, we just got to take the work because there's not going to be on the, they didn't do that. They said we got to focus on the quality. And today, they're the leader in the world. You have to change your thinking. If somebody came to me and said, Paul, we need you to produce this product, and I looked in reality based that we can't produce that product, we don't have the technical ability, we don't have the capacity, and everything else, do you think I would take it on? No, I would not take it on because my reputation of being a quality company would be diminished, and that's everything to me. You have to be, it's a whole different way of thinking. Are you thinking long term? I want to have my reputation 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, not just for the moment.
Thank you.
Elmer, Paul, you've been mentioning taking videos.
Microphone.
You're taking videos, and on your 3-week trip in Namibia, you posted videos every day, and I imagine you're quite a busy person. How do you get it done?
Well,
editing and getting those videos on YouTube.
yeah, well, that's a great question. And the way I do it is because I obey the principles of one-piece flow and 3S'ing. So I know that if I took 18 days worth of video and I came home right now and I had to produce videos for the last 18 days, what would I feel like? Overwhelmed. I would feel overwhelmed. I would feel huge burden. I would probably say impossible. I could never get it done. It's not possible, right? It's just no way you could possibly get that done. But instead, let's see if it comes up on the screen here. If I do this right, this will be really cool. And tell me what I feel like today having this. Watch this. This is a profound example. Display, boom, click, main display, mirror. Okay, here we go. So now, let's see what happens here. Let's see. So this is my phone, okay? Okay, so now let's go to YouTube. What does it look like? What does Paul Akers feel? Yesterday I finished my trip. Check this out. Namibia, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7, day 8, day 9, day 10, day 11, day 12, day 13, day 14, day 50, day 16, 17, 18. What does Paul Akers feel like right now? And I'm speaking in front of you right now. How do I feel? Amazing. Unburdened. Completely unburdened. I answered all my messages on this trip from people all over the world every day just in time. Some of you were contacting me. You know I'm not BSing you right now. I answered every message just in time. I produced a video every day. I enjoyed my family and my friends. I laughed myself through the last 18 days. I had a fabulous relationship with all the guides that we were working with. I played guitar every day for an hour. I studied 4 languages. I studied katakana, the alphabet. I studied the Russian language and their alphabet. I exercised every day. I ate perfect every day. And I produced these videos and they're all done. How in the world could I do that? Because I obey the principles of lean, of daily 3S'ing, daily continuous improvement, one-piece flow. And that allows me to achieve exponentially above everybody else in the world. And spoke with my company every day, dealing with issues that they were having me, asking me questions. Every improvement video that was made in my company, I personally replied to them on top of doing everything else. Okay, so because the internet connection's slow, I'm going to do it a little different way. I'm just going to play it right from my library. Ready? Let's see if it works.
Overview. Susavle in Namibia is where we left to go to the Okabanga Delta in Botswana, way up here to the Tuba Tree Lodge. So this is where we spent the last 2 days. We have one more day left. And this morning, Gordon and I woke up very early before the sun came up and we went on our game walk throughout this region right here. And it was very cool. So we loaded up. I got my hot water bottle in my pants, so I'm staying warm because it's a little chilly in the morning, but the sun comes up and starts to warm me up. And we were out on our first game drive. Just Gordon and I, we found this huge bull elephant with massive tusks. We're looking around, and then we come across this herd of elephants. They detected us. They put their trunks up to smell us, and all the babies behind. This was very unusual behavior. I've never seen this before. It is so fascinating. So they got in a very defensive posture. They were walking along, then they all gathered really tightly, put them up, and then they went on a parade. And this is when they moved quickly all together as a group to get away from us. Fascinating behavior. I've never seen it before. This is a southern ground hornbill. This is one of the biggest birds in Africa, endangered, hunts snakes, and even poisonous.
So as you can see, these are very complex videos, voiceovers, music. Every day I did it.
This thing can take down a bull moose elephant, no problem.
Very detailed. I'm learning all about things. I'm repeating it. I'm learning. Everything's going great. Look at this is a 9-minute videos.
Cindy loved elephants, and we came across
Watch this.
elephants, and guess what happened?
She's afraid of elephants.
We come around the corner and there's one lion in front of an anthill, but we go around the backside of the anthill and an entire pride. I think there were 8 or 9 lions back there lounging around. These are the same ones that got the kill the day before, and it was just awesome. We were so close to them, and they were so entertaining, resting, and having a great time.
So just really involved videos, right? And not easy to make, but very easy for me. It took me an hour max on every video that I made. And they're all done because I obeyed the principles. Continuous improvement, 3S'ing. I was very careful when I shot the videos. If I was shooting a clip, they were only 3 to 4 seconds long. And if I thought the video wasn't good quality right when I shot it, what did I do? Deleted it immediately. So then when I went back to make the video, was I sorting through a bunch of crap? No, I obey the principles of lean. And my life is just like, wow, it's crazy, it's out of control. That's why I've been to 130 countries. How many people do you know have been to 130 countries? Right? I have time, I have money, I have resources, because I obey the principles of lean. Okay? Questions? What do you want to do, Ludwig? You want a break now?
Lunchtime, yes, please.
Okay. All right, so hold your questions and we'll keep going back and we'll answer more. Okay, okay, everyone ready? Okay, so hand the microphone to Heather. I want Heather to tell the story real quick. Heather, go.
So
Stand up, Heather.
just to introduce myself, I am not in the manufacturing business at all.
Thank
I
you.
work on communication for factory spot. My manufacturing skills go as far as saying on a button. But I am so into communication, and the other thing I am is a competitive ballroom dancer. And my partner and I often face a challenge, so this is completely left field from talking about manufacturing. But my partner and I often face a challenge in that we can't show our entire dance routine on the dance floor because the music often gets cut in a competition. So we decided, obviously I was introduced to PAUL and 2-second lean, and then we decided that we're going to try and put this concept into practice in our dancing. So we first looked at what our problem was, and we decided that it was taking too much effort. We were working too hard to get from one step to the next. It wasn't working out. So we came up with a plan to just on every single step change the angle that we do the step in slightly, just by turning our feet in like 5 degrees or 10 degrees, or rotating our body slightly. And we actually, for the first time 2 weeks ago, got around the floor without being stopped, and we shaved 30 seconds off an entire dance. So that was just a completely different example of putting 2 seconds into practice in the day-to-day environment.
Heather, thank you. So is everybody convinced this has nothing to do with manufacturing? So just forget that. Mr. Amazawa, I'm quizzing you. Goes to Georgetown, Kentucky. He says to everybody, 2 things. What's the first thing? Make your job easier. Make your process better. What did Heather do? Made her job easier, made her process better. Toyota's philosophy is 1 step, 1 second, 1 yen. What did Heather do? You see what I'm saying? Most of you have a predilection, as most people in the world, to making things way too complicated. This is not complicated. The Toyota production system is the most robust, deeply thought out system in the world, but at its core, it focuses on the elimination of defects through the elimination of waste. It does all that through developing their people. That's it. Get those fundamentals right and everything will change. You ready to start? Ludwig, you ready? Okay, so this section is called GTD. How many people know what GTD is? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many people are absolutely doing GTD? You're doing it every day? No one. Okay. So you have, again, an opportunity to change your life, change your culture, change everybody around you, what I'm going to present to you in the next 20, 30 minutes, if you're paying attention. So this is Aydin. He's one of the wealthiest guys in all Kazakhstan, $3 billion company. He's the guy who's building all the schools and now training all the principals in Japan with me. And this is vision at the highest level. I've trained over 200 of his top leaders in Japan. Millions of dollars to do it. Completely gets it. Understands the power of lean. If I read to you the statistics, I'm going to read them to you real quick, because it's so breathtaking, it's almost hard to even comprehend. I'm sorry I was not completely prepared for this. I didn't think about doing that. But this is going to blow you away when you hear. When Aydin left Japan 4 weeks ago with me, this is what he told me. BI Group, 7 years ago, when I went to the BI Group, built 4,000 apartments with 8,000 people. 4,000 apartments, 8,000 people. Antonio, what did I tell you needed at your factory floor? What did I tell you needed? You remember? No, this Antonio right here. I told you needed 1/4 of the space. I told him you need 1/4 of the, first of all, he's doing a fabulous job. Him and his sister are killing it. Beautiful. But I walked in and you need 1/4 of the space, maybe 1/8 of the space you need to do what you're doing right now. Kazakhstan. 4,000 apartments, 8,000 people. Today, 17,000 apartments a year, 3,500 people. With lean, 2-second lean. That was the company with scrolling, all the improvements. He's the guy that told me. You remember? It gets better. They're building 20 schools a year right now. Their schools are like 3 and 4 times more efficient than the past schools. They're getting the contracts for all the schools. They're now training. I envision is to train everyone in Japan. These are staggering numbers that they're producing. So much available resources now as a result of this implementation. He's now focusing on transforming the education system, not caught up in building houses. Could you imagine? This is what happens. So this is Aiden. I want to introduce you to him. Him right here. Amazing, humble man for who he is. When I'm there with him, I'm driving around in his Rolls Royce with his guards and his private security team and helicopters and private jets, and you kind of get the idea. Very high level dude. Very humble, on the bus, staying in the inexpensive hotels that we stay at when he stays in the $2,000 and $3,000 a night hotels. You know, very humble guy for who he is. You know, he rose to the very highest level, and yet he understands the importance. He said to me when he left Japan 8 months ago, he's been in Japan many times with me, when he left Japan 8 months ago with me, he said, I didn't think it was possible for a 50-year-old man to completely change his way of thinking. Now, he's not just anybody. I mean, this dude knows what he's doing. What was the one word that changed his mind in Japan? Meiwaku, to be a burden to others. He didn't realize what a burden he was to the people around him. He didn't realize his whole executive team ordering, bah, 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 dude, everyone's running around chaos, blah, blah, blah. Meiwaku. I didn't realize what was really going on. Such a simple principle, such a simple word, completely changed his mind. So, 8 months ago, he also said to me, he said, Paul, at the end of the week, I taught a concept called GTD to their entire team. It has nothing to do with lean, although it is an absolute brilliant lean concept, but it's not lean in the way that we think of lean. And I taught it to him on the last day, and he said to me, Paul, this is the way he talked. Stop. You must teach this on the first day, the first lesson, when all my people arrive in Japan. I said, okay, I didn't think it was that. I knew it was a big deal to me. I didn't realize it was going to be that big a deal to everybody else. He goes, this is game changer. So I said, okay, Aiden, I'm going to do exactly what you said. So the first thing I do when anyone comes to Japan with me is we teach GTD. And they're going, I came to Japan. Why am I coming to Japan to learn GTD? You'll find out in a minute. You ready? Everyone ready? GTD is a great lean process. What is it about? What is the great equalizer in life for all of us? We all get the same thing of it, time. We all get 24 hours of time in a day. What you do with your 24 hours is different than what I do. What I do with my 24 hours, I study 4 languages, play the guitar every day for an hour, produce YouTube videos, answer hundreds of messages from people all over the world, go on vacation, write books. What do you do? The only difference between you and me is how I utilize that time. I'm going to show you how I do it. Okay, here's the problem. First, understand the problem. Problem is, all day long, we all have stuff coming at us. Just do this. Okay? What do we do with all that stuff? Well, this is what most people do with all this stuff. I took this at Frankfurt Airport. Okay? You know, it just keeps piling up. Nothing gets done. But for me, Everything's getting done. You saw 18 videos, 18 days, everything just in time, totally at peace, have time to play guitar every day, do everything I did every day, no problem. Because nothing piles up for me, because I have great processes. So this is David Allen. He's a friend of mine. He wrote the book, Getting Things Done. It's published in many, many languages. And he talks about ambient anxiety.
I used to say the biggest problem with people feeling overwhelmed and not knowing or being able to do or being aware of what they need to do to get out from under the overwhelm. But I don't think that's the issue. The issue is not overwhelmed. If you were actually overwhelmed, you'd figure it out. You'd be overwhelmed, Chris, if your building caught on fire right now. You know, but you would then handle that because you say, I'm going to survive, so I am going to get rid of the overwhelmed feeling, because overwhelm is not something that you can, it's a very sustainable, psychological event. The biggest issue is ambient anxiety. Oh, we need cat food. Should I hire my friends in finance? Should we get divorced? Oh, God. You know, it's all that stuff. And most people are willing to tolerate that. So the biggest issue out there is people's comfort and familiarity with the ambient anxiety that they live in. It's like the last thing a fish notices is water. And so the last thing a lot of people notice is the ambient anxiety that they've been in for years.
So ambient anxiety. So right now, you know, you've all got all this stuff you got to do. And that's actually playing some psychological games in your brain. I don't have any of it. Zero. There is none of it in my brain. My brain's free to be creative and produce quality. The problem is, you got all this stuff coming at you. What do you do with all this stuff in your brain? So David Allen.
So I was talking with David Allen, author of the book Getting Things Done, about how to be more organized, and he asked me, why do you keep a calendar? Because if I don't, I'll forget where I'm supposed to be and when.
That's right. Your head can't handle that complexity. And like the complexity of your calendar, it's not the complexity of the rest of your life. Your calendar manages maybe 3-4% of your commitments and what you actually need to keep track of.
The other 96%, David says, are things like our goals, our projects, our to-do lists, what we need at the store, that phone call we need to make, all these other things we just let our brain, our psyche, try to keep track of.
The psyche actually sucks as a system. It'll remind you of stuff that you can't do at 3 o'clock in the morning, which is not very bright. If that was just one thing, that'd be bad enough. But multiply that by about 1,000 and realize this buzz that's going on in everybody's head.
So David thinks we need a new system that captures that buzz and quiets your brain. The first step in this system is to get everything written down.
So capturing it, that's the first critical step. That is, I've got to identify those things that are potentially meaningful. Otherwise, my psyche is going to go, don't forget, don't forget, don't forget, don't forget, don't forget, and this little monkey's going to start to talk inside of my head.
But just writing things down isn't enough, because
if you look at most people's to-do lists, you see things like mom or bank. So you have to take it the next step. So now you've got to clarify what's the outcome I'm committed to. And then you say, well, what does doing look like? Where does it happen? So what's the very next action about mom's birthday? What's the very next action about the bank? Is that a phone call to make? Is that a search the web to find out something? The third thing you need to do is you need to park the result. Otherwise, it goes back into my psyche.
The final 2 steps, David says, are to review those lists that you make, those parking lots for your tasks and your projects, and then, of course, to do them.
The big secret here about getting things done is it's not really about getting things done. I am now free and clear in my head to let my attention go where it wants to go or where I want to put it. It's about being appropriately engaged with your life.
And once you stop trying to keep all of those tasks and projects in your head and you quiet the jabbering monkeys, you'll find that you have increased capacity to think and be creative.
Okay, so in good lean fashion, I reduced it all down to just 3 steps. Instead of 5 or 6, 3. I made it so simple it's unbelievable, and this is how it works. First of all, it's a life-changing magic. It's literally like a magic show. When you figure this out, you will not believe what's going to happen. Overview, 2 million copies sold, 30 languages, 3,000 people trained every month. My story is how this is how it happened. Bob Hendrickson, very close friend of mine, director of manufacturing for Steelcase, the largest office furniture manufacturer in the world, responsible for over 10,000 people, billions of dollars worth of business. Bob and I became friends. He learned about 2-second lean from watching YouTube videos. He asked me to come speak at Steelcase. We became friends as a result of that. So Bob says, "Paul, let's go skiing." He's a super athlete. I'm really into that as well. He picks me up in a private jet. We get in a private jet. We travel to Montana. And the whole time Bob tells me, "I'm going to teach you GTD. Do you know what it is?" He goes, "I know what it is, but I'm not good at it." So Bob is a world-class guy. Everything he does it at a super high level. And you wonder, how does a guy who's responsible for over 10,000 people have time to do all this stuff? Well, this is not all Bob does, because Bob is not only a great snowboarder, he's a great skier. Oh, but that's not good enough for Bob, because Bob's also an amazing winger and jumps out of a plane, thousands of jumps. He's an amazing kite surfer. He got me into kite surfing. Everything he does at this ridiculously high level, and responsible for all these people. So the first thing you should be asking yourself is, how does someone do all that? You might be asking, he's probably got some secret, right? Well, I certainly want to know that secret, and he revealed that to me, and that is getting things done. So let's go over getting things done. So what is it about? It's for every day to be a great day. You ever had those days where at the end of the day you just say to yourself, yeah, everything went good, right? Everyone loves those days, right? Guess what? Every day Paul Akers has a yeah day, right? Every day. Every day it's like that for me. Right now I'm feeling good about the day today. You know, is it perfect? No, we had lots of problems. I learned a whole bunch. I'm organized on my computer at a higher level than I've ever been before. I learned a lot about technology that I never knew about today. I'm really like, yeah. I feel like I had a chance to impact over 100 people here in South Africa. I feel like, wow, some cool stuff's going to happen. I feel like Ludwig really got it. Every day for me is, yeah, right? No anxiety with me. The target, what is the target of GTD? Here we go, to be present. So, as I said, I just went on a trip for 18 days with my family and my friends, and I was pretty much present the whole time. I had an hour a day that I checked out and did the video, got everything done really good. But the rest of the time I was playing guitar for them at dinner every night. In the morning I was playing guitar for them. They were going, wow, it is amazing to listen to you play guitar in the morning. Who has that? A private musician for them, you know, and a private videographer to capture all their events. They're like, whoa, where did you come from? Right? I'm present. Why am I present? Because I'm not worried about nothing. There's nothing on my agenda right now that I'm like, oh crap, I gotta do that. Nothing, everything's being taken care of, everything's done. Totally present. Why? Because I have a trusted system. I have a system with 0 holes in it. When I do something, boom, it works. And if it doesn't work, I make an adjustment. But my system, GTD, is a trusted system. So, totally present, have a great day because I have a trusted system. It's a life-changing combination of 2 things. The app To Do, which is a checklist program, and the philosophy. We know the philosophy of Toyota is a human development system. The philosophy of GTD, having a clear mind, because everything is carefully organized in a very precise and thoughtful way. And the tool we use is To Do. You can use any checklist system you want. To Do works great. I'm going to show you how it works and why I like it. Okay? The process plus the tool. Okay? A list manager. And away we go. GTD is a great lean process. So GTD is a lean process for the daily details of life. So honey, get some milk, stop at the grocery store. I need, charcoal briquettes for the fireplace tonight. Whatever it is, you got all this stuff. You got to order this product for your customer. You got to make sure these inventory issues are taken care of. There's all these things that you have to do. So all these details need to be very carefully managed. David Allen with GTD has figured out how to do that. So the first step, there's 3 steps. Here we go. Really simple. Capture. Everything that comes into my brain is immediately, 2 things happen. I either do it immediately if it takes 2 minutes or less, or it is immediately captured on my phone in a list called Capture. It's like a dump. It's like a big, huge bleh. Everything just goes out of my brain instantly into there. So if you walk up to me right now, like Stephen, was it Stephen? Who walked up to me about the lean process, about stable change? What was your name again? Stephen, right? So I got it right. Good, Stephen. So Stephen came up to me and said, Paul, you talked about stable change last time, and I couldn't find that. I looked around. So I immediately, the first thing I thought to myself is, okay, I'm going to capture that right now and getting things done and then get back to Stefan with that information. But then I thought to myself, I'm pretty sure I can find that within 2 minutes. Clicked on my phone, boom, found it, and then gave it to Stefan. Done. I had 2 choices. Either do it immediately or put it on the list. Okay? I was just about ready to pull up my phone and write it down, but I was able to capture it quickly. So the second somebody asks you to do anything, the second there's anything you need to do, the second you're walking down the road and all of a sudden something comes in your brain, oh gosh, I got to do that. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Immediately. You do not put it off. You do not say, I got to remember to capture. No! You capture immediately. Everyone clear? What do you do? Okay? So first step is you capture everything. Okay? And that goes on your capture list. I'm going to show you my whole system, how it works here. Just give me a little, just give me a patience.
Something comes into your mind, you get an idea, you have to do something, you immediately push to do. You go to your capture, which is like your inbox. You click on your capture list and you type it in immediately. I have to do a screen recording for GTD for my presentation on Monday. I just use voice to text and away you go. And then I put it in there, and now I don't have to think about anything because 2 hours from now I'm going to go and organize these tasks in the order and place that I'm going to do them in. So my mind now is totally free to have a great day because I'm not preoccupied with anything.
So there's no ambient anxiety in my brain, ever. I will not allow it to happen. Step one. Step two, now I got all this stuff captured. I got this nice big laundry list. You know, we all have those laundry lists. What do you do with that? As I said, 2 minutes or less, I would do it immediately. Otherwise, I'm going to capture it. That's the rules of the principles of the whole concept. Then you organize. So capture, organize. So I have everything organized in very precise places. We call them trigger points. In anything a trigger. So when I walk into my house, drive in my driveway, that's a trigger point. What do I need to do at home? So if I said, I got to remember to transplant that tree or trim my hedges at home, I would immediately capture it. Then after a couple hours, I would take that, organize it under home. And under home, there's further organization, garden projects. And when I'm in the garden, I would click on home, garden projects, transplant tree, fertilize this, do this. Everything's done. I'm never forgetting to do anything. And it gets done. Are you with me so far? So these are trigger points. So when I walk into my company, the minute I walk through the door, boom, click on FastCap, click on graphic design. I walk into graphic design, click on graphic design, click on engineering, click on shipping, click on whatever department I'm in. And if I think to myself and driving down the road, I got to talk to graphic design about this marketing issue, boom, capture, FastCap, marketing or graphic design, walk into graphic design, Jamie, are you seeing this? Perfect system. That's why I get so much done. There is no ambient anxiety. There is nothing getting missed. There's nothing, oh crap, I forgot to do that. Ludwig comes up to me and says, Paul, did you do that? Let me do that right now. No, there's none of that. We don't do that. Okay? So I'm going to show you, when you see my getting things done list, it's going to blow your mind. So I'll get to it, just give me a sec. So I organize everything according to context or trigger point, where the work is getting done, okay? So step two, and about every 2 hours, I'll look at my list. Right now, today, I'm not gonna look at it every 2 hours because I'm in front of an audience, but when I get back to the hotel room, I'll pull it out, look at it, organize things, make sure everything's on track, everything will be on track, and my day will be awesome. By the end of the day today, I'm gonna have a beautiful day, okay? So, organize everything. What do you do with all this stuff? And when you ask yourself the next action, so you're organized, what's the next thing I have to do? Now this is a very important nuance to the whole thing. So watch what happens here. This is Bob. I talk to Bob every day. So imagine, this guy's responsible for tens of thousands of people. I talk to Bob every day. Did you hear what I just said? Every day I talk to that guy. How does he have time to do that? And do everything else he's doing? Getting things done. So I say, Bob, I need a good example of next action. He's kite surfing on the beach because he's the one who taught me how to kite surf. Here's his answer.
Good morning, Bob here. I want to tell you a quick story about getting things done and my 16-year-old daughter, Katie. So Katie comes to me the other day and she shows me her wonder list. The number one item on there is fix exhaust. So she's got a slight exhaust leak. It's been on there for a while. And I asked her, I said, honey, what's the magic question with GTD? She said, sorry for that. She said, what's the next action? So is that action that
Fix exhaust.
I got done because I haven't got it done yet. I said, so
again? She says, what's the next action? Well, I guess the next action would be to arrange a time that works for your schedule and that works for me. So I said, that sounds like a next action. So I get out my phone, look for dates in a couple days, and we schedule it. And I looked at her and I said, honey, you just did GTD. You did a little more thinking, you kept asking that magic question. And you took it from fix exhaust, which wasn't moving, and you didn't know how to move on, to a real, physical, visible action that's moving towards your desired outcome, which is to have your exhaust fixed. That's GTD right there in a nutshell. So proud of her.
Okay, you see the nuance there? A very important nuance, okay? So now watch what happens. So she was focused on the outcome. Remember I said, what is Japan doing? They're focused on process. Process, not outcome. We're all focused on outcome. Get your process right. Watch what happens. Okay, what's the next action? What's the process that you need to do? Wrong focus.
Katie, where are we?
Whatever this place is called.
To do what?
Yeah, my card trick.
Oh, so that was the...
Action. The next action.
Yeah, Dad. Okay? Next action. Everyone in my company does this. This is mandatory. There's no question. There's no chickens running around with their, oh, I forgot. No. If our people can all have their cell phones at their desk, at their workplace, there's no problem. Only focus on business. Only focus on business stuff, making videos, process videos, with one exception, GTD. If you're working away and you realize, oh my gosh, I got to go home and buy milk. I got to get ready for this party. We want you to stop your work immediately and document it down. It has nothing to do with work. Why? Why do we do that? Ambient anxiety. We don't want them thinking about all this stuff. We want them focused on their work. If they don't have a mechanism to record that, then they're going to be sidetracked. They're not going to be producing quality work. It's a magic system. It's literally a magic show. It works so well. Okay, so here we go. This again, how my thing is organized, although it's much different than this now because I keep improving it all the time. You're going to see this really quick. And then the last thing is review. Why is my clicker not going here? Oh, come on. Oh, it sees up. Here we go.
A number of different folders. I have a current folder, a Japan folder, a daily review folder. These are things that I do on a daily basis. I have a checklist, no matter what I'm doing, daily stuff, FastCap, my FastCap books that I'm writing. I have things that I have to do in different houses that I have, and miscellaneous. So I'll give you a good example. If I go into my current, I have my capture. That's where I just dump everything. If I go to the Apple store, I have issues that I want to ask them about my phone, so I click on that, and all those things have been captured, so I never have to remember that detail. Current flights, these are all my flight details. If I click on one of those, I can click on the image. It shows the exact information I need. I don't have to think about anything. All the information is there. I never have to look for it, search for emails, anything like that. It's all captured and done, and very, very well organized. So I'm going to close the current because we don't need to look at that one right now. But then look at Japan. Japan's amazing. I have a lot of stuff to do in Japan. This is a waiting list for people who are on the waiting list that want to come to Japan. I have things that I have stored actually in the Asakusa Hotel. So I go click on this one, a white icon, this is the Asakusa No Hotel, Miami, mommy's gray suitcase, transmitters, headset, mommy's black shoes, orange hat, yellow purse. Everything that's in those suitcases has been carefully documented. They have a TV for us, the gray suitcase, everything that's in the gray suitcase. Everything's documented to perfection, so I never have to try to remember anything. Hotel intro, these are things I need to go through with you.
Step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Mr. Amazawa, notes that I've taken from Mr. Amazawa that are important things that I need to do. Bus checklist, things that I need to make sure I have with me on the bus when I get on the bus. So as you can see, I'm not trying to remember anything. Everything has been hammered out in great detail. All my checklists for making a smoothie, for playing tennis, for kite surfing, for traveling, for skiing. everything is on a list. I never remember anything. So this is the way I have my system organized, and this is what I would recommend all of you do. You start with something simple like a home file, and then you have a work file, then you have a future file or a play file, whatever you want, and then you develop lists inside of those folders that are relevant, and you're reviewing and improving those all the time. That's how you do GTD at a pretty high level.
Does this make sense? So if I go to, see how I have the home file? Let me think what video this is going to play. When I go to the house file, I got to be careful here. I have a few homes. And when I go to those homes, I want to make sure that the projects that I'm doing or the things there are on track. So I have a list of everything I need. So when I get on the plane to fly to my home in Hawaii, I look on my list, Hawaii, don't remember this, you need a blender, you'd have the cap, order from Amazon, whatever it is, I forgot. And so when I go to Hawaii, it's like, wow, I got everything done. Now I go to Hawaii and go, oh, I forgot to do that. See how this works? Magic. It is so amazing. You'd have to cut off my left and right arm to take this away from me. I mean, it's that important to me, the way I do it. Okay? So the last step is review. So once a week, Starbucks, some coffee shop, some nice restaurant, I'll sit down quietly by myself and I'll go through all the folders, review, make sure everything's on track, add, delete, 3S, manage everything, make sure the system's working well. That's all there is to it. You capture, get everything out of your brain instantly. You organize it according to trigger points, where you're going to do the work, and then you review it. If you do that, you will never be the same. And that's why I teach this to people from all over the world. And it's a life-changing thing. So having said that, and you do it once a week on that. So those are your 3 steps. Review, capture. I'll just do this here real quick. Make sure it works. Think of it like 3S'ing. That's what you're doing during your review period. Okay, so now I'm going to quickly do something. Are there any questions so far? No questions. What about you, Ludwig? No? Does it make sense to you? So after our conversation last night, has anything been illuminated for you at another level? In other words, do you get it even higher now?
What it's done to me is that 2-minute immediate action that you take if you can do something in 2 minutes.
Right.
That really illuminates or changed my thinking.
And you understand the whole concept of that you have to get everything out of your mind immediately, okay? So here we go. I'm going to mirror this up here so you can see it. Okay, everyone ready? There we go. So this is my current to-do list. I'm going to show you what it looks like because I shot that video a little while ago. There you go. So this is a folder that I call daily. These are the things that I'm actively looking at that are important to me on a daily basis. I'll click on that. Urgent. Anything that I have to do that's really critical. Urgent at the top of the list. I go to my shopping list. Look at my shopping list. All the different places shop, anything I have to shop for in Japan, grocery store, Ferreteria is a hardware store in Dominican Republic, any kite gear that I need to buy, anything I need to stop at the dollar store, the China store to get, or anything at the grocery store. So it's all there. Okay, so there's what that looks like. Then I have something called a daily kick-ass. See this right here? This is my daily routine that I do every day. Okay, lay in bed for 10 minutes. I got to read it up here. It's a little more clear. 10 minutes and be present. Consider the beauty of having been given another day to live. Drink water. Make my bed. 3S the house. 30 push-ups. Sit-ups 100. 30 leg crunches. Back stretches. Make my coffee. Study Japanese. Study Spanish. Study Russian. Study German. Study math. Study music. Play the guitar for 5 minutes. I usually play it for an hour, but 5 minutes is minimum. Do my voice scales. Sing one song. Challenge yourself and others. I've done all that today, hopefully with you. Don't let anyone get you angry because you will lose, especially if they have power over you. I could tell you the story how I came to that realization, but for another conference. Review your calendar and answer messages while laying in bed. So this is what I do to just like, whoa, just start the day, just like unbelievable. Okay? So that's my very carefully orchestrated list of that. Then we'll go down a little current flights. This is one of my favorite things. So every flight that I'm taking is here, carefully organized. So let's look at this one. June 29th, Johannesburg. So I click on that, watch what happens. I click on there, there's all the flight information right there. I don't have to go to an email, I have to call my assistant, I have to do anything. It's all there, okay? Now watch this. It even gets better. So now I've got to do a flight to, the next flight on the next day is Frankfurt to POP. That's the Dominican Republic. These are all the flight informations, right? So there's all the flight informations there on Condor. Anything that's critical, I do it instantly. When I book the flight, instantly, boom, in there. No delay. No like, I'm going to go back to doing that later. No. I'm not going to let anything pile up like that. But watch this. Watch how cool this is. Okay? Not that one, but this last one right there. Okay? So this is a QR code. To get into the country, you have to register. You have to go online. You have to do all this stuff. When I get to the airport, everybody else is scrambling around. What are they doing? They're looking on their phone. They're filling out forms. They're going, what do I do? What does Paul Akers do? Click, boom, scan, walk through the line. Getting things done. Okay? Everything's a process, and it's very carefully orchestrated. So, guitar clips, bucket list, anywhere I want to go on the bucket list. So if I think to myself, oh, I want to do something in the bucket list, boom, Botswana. What does that say? I can't read it on the screen. Best months are April through September. So I asked my guide, if I come back to Botswana, Botswana, I think is how you actually say it, Botswana, when's the best time? He said April through September. Did I say, oh, I got to remember April through September? No, what did I do? Immediately put it on my phone, put it on bucket list, boom, done. Now, when I go to plan my next trip to Botswana, I know exactly when to do it. You see how I'm doing this? Everything is captured immediately. So Apple issues, another one of my favorite ones. So everyone has problems with their phone. Things don't work, right? You walk into the Apple store, what's the biggest problem? I can't remember what I was going to ask them, right? Not me. Everything is documented. Everything that I need to do. Okay? Why in iMovie, when I click on importing things from an album, the albums are not alphabetically in order? Do you see what happens? Everything's completely out of my brain, into the list, organized perfectly. Everywhere you go. Okay? I go to Spain, the Camino de Santiago. I'm going to go back. I've already done it twice. These are all the important things I need to know about the Camino. It's all documented. Boom. So I just don't struggle to do anything. I go to the DR, where I spend a lot of time, all the details, names of people I've met, so I never forget their names. There's nothing worse than forgetting someone's name. Boom, everything's there. The gardener's name, the carpenter's name, the cleaning name, lady's name, everything. So when somebody says, my name's Jenny or my name's Alino, do I go, I got to remember that, I got to remember that? What do I do? What do I do? I capture. Immediately. Now do you know why I have a great day every day? Because when I walk in the gate in the Dominican Republic, what's that gardener's name? Because I want to treat him with respect. Look I'm a big hot shot. I can go anywhere in the world I want. I have my own private place. I do everything. The gardener matters to me. Every morning I make coffee for the gardener. He's a lowly guy from Hades. He's never probably had anybody show him respect at all. But yet Paul Akers is making coffee for him every freaking morning that I'm in the Dominican Republic. I got his name, I captured it. Alino, how are you doing? ¿Cómo estás? Muy bien, excelente. ¿Coffee? ¿Tiene café? ¿Yo quiero café? Sí, azúcar por favor. No hay problema. Un momento. Are you getting it? Yeah. That's how you show respect. This is the way it works. Okay, so that's my daily list. As I said, I showed you Japan. It's breathtaking. Japan, what is Japan doing? So I'm walking down the road or whatever I'm doing, and I'm noticing something Japan's doing, and I'm just musing about it, just thinking deeply about it. So I don't think to myself, wow, what are they doing? I capture it. They are teaching values. Kata, they bow. So how do they infuse humility into their culture? They shouldn't be humble. They're like the most successful culture in the world. But the first thing you do when you meet a Japanese person, sumimasen. Sumimasen. What are they doing? Oh, I've captured it. Stability, stability, stability. Process oriented. Focused, future thinking, harmonizing, visualizing, standardizing, systematizing, cooperating. learning from others, thinking of others, soji, cleaning, small things, defects, quality, training. So I don't have these things going through my brain and then evaporating. I can recall them instantly because I have a system. Everybody with me? Does it make sense? A lot of sense or a little sense? Are you going to do it? Okay. Okay, let me show you a couple more, just so we have this rounded out. What time are we ending today, Ludwig? What time are we ending? You just tell me what time you want to end.
You want some more, guys? You ready?
Okay? So again, my checklist system is mind-boggling. So kite surfing local, smoothie, tennis, travel, booking an airline, skiing, motorcycle, speaking. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. I click on it. Oh, travel checklist. Oh, wow, what do I need to remember there? If I'm kite surfing, what do I need to remember there? Nothing worse than going on a trip and then going, oh, I forgot that. Not me. Not me. Ever. I don't forget things because I don't trust my brain. I have a system. I have a process that guarantees it. So again, one of my other favorite ones is houses. Okay? So I have 4 houses. I click on one. I go to San Diego. What did I leave off the last time I was in San Diego? What did I need to do? Those are the things I got done. Wireless headsets for bike helmets. New flashlight for bikes, speed clips for hanging tape measures, Kaizen foam, all the details. So the next time I go to San Diego, make sure I got everything, get low, woo, all the projects get done, the house is better, I have more free time to do the things I want to do. Okay, guess what? Watch this. This is really cool. So now I'm going to send a new email. Let's say you contact me. I'll send this to Ludwig just so he has an example. Okay, so I'll go to Ludwig. Watch this. Just I'm going to blow your mind right now. Okay, so I'll go to Ludwig real quick here. It's coming up on the screen. Perfect.
Pay attention.
What was that?
I said pay attention.
Yeah, okay, so Ludwig, L-U-D. There we go. Okay, there he is, right? Ludwig comes up to me and says, Paul, I'm going to San Diego. I go, oh, Ludwig, I have a house in San Diego. You want to stay in my house in San Diego? Watch what I do. I click on this. I click on my keyboard thing down below here. See that icon there? I go to TextExpander. Okay, see that? And then I just type in the word S-A-N. S-A-N. Boom. Completely populated. Look what it says. Look what it says here. Okay, here are the details regarding our San Diego condo. I made a quick video that shows you how to get into the unit and all the details inside. Look at all the processes that I do. Is this guy full of crap or does he really do what he says? Look at this. Here is the second quick video with some additional detail. This quick video shows you how to lock the condo up at the end of your stay. This video shows you where's the car in the parking lot and all the associated details. The lockbox, the condo is there. Hey, if you're watching online, don't look at that, okay? So you see what I'm saying? It's all there, right? Oh, but Ludwig says, I'm going to Maui. I want to stay at your Maui house. Oh, no problem. M-A-U-I, Maui, send. Look how fast. Do you wonder why Bob Hendrickson can do everything? Do you wonder why Paul Akers can do everything he's doing? Look what I just did. Look how fast this is. Look at this. So I go here. So this is Maui. We have a rental pool of a house in the login for the 10 to 20% off. These are all the questions. People ask me, but I don't do the same thing every day. Oh, come on. Everything you do is a process, whether or not you're letting someone stay in your home or get wherever you want. Internet rate, you can call the resort, find out all the details. Here's a quick video, the resort's name, all the links, everything's done. They contact me one time and they've got everything. Not, Paul, what about this? What about this? What about this? Because your processes suck. That's why people keep calling you and asking you what you have to do. Your processes suck. Did you get that? Your processes suck. Yeah, they suck. Okay? And when you figure out how to do good processes, video about our unit. Oh, let's just click on that. What does that say? Let's see how cool this video is. Let's see if it plays. I probably won't play because the internet's so weak here, but we'll see. Just curious. So you can see how good the video is that I made. It's not like an average video. It's like, rock star video, okay? Now, everyone's going to say, that took me a lot of time. How much time did I save with everybody that goes there from all over the world? Because everybody books it 2, 3, 4, 5 times to keep coming back because we have the best condo in Hawaii. We don't have okay, we have the best condo. Everybody wants to keep coming back. Why? Because I'm a lean thinker. Because everything in the condo is incredible. You should be convinced. I can't play the video. I apologize. Okay? So now let's go back to Ludwig. So you contact me and you say, Ludwig says, you know, I heard about this 2-second lean thing. Is it really that simple? Watch what I do. I type in the word simple. S-I-M-P-L-E. Boom, populate. Boom, let's see what it says here. Okay. I've sent Ludwig so many messages. Here we go. We have a rental pool. No, that's not it. Let me go back to the lean. Right here. Lean is simple. Start by making sure everyone understands one thing and one thing only. If you're doing lean correctly, it should be pure joy. Okay? And then all the associated videos and links, all the rules, start slow, be consistent, master 3S'ing, sweeping, sorting, standardizing, read more, here we go. I took a lot of time to put this together. So everyone, my YouTube channel, all the links to that, everything's here. If you want to know what I think about lean in terms of a cosmic thing, I type in the word gospel, G-O-S-P-L-E. I think that's how you spell gospel. Here we go. No, that wasn't it. Gospel. I'm a terrible speller. Okay, so now I'll go back and just leave the L out and then type it back in. There you go. Everything I think about how lean relates to Christianity. People always ask me questions about this. It's all there. I'll document. It doesn't matter what subject you ask me about. Done. You want to go in my app? I type in the word P-L-A-A. There you go. Lean Play app. Everything you need to know. All the links. Everything done. You want to know my video book. You want to watch my book. My book's in video format. I type in the word video. V-I-D-E-O. Boom. All the links to the YouTube channel. Everything's done. You want me to keep going? I can just keep going on and on and on. It never stops. Oh, Namibia. Oh, guess what? I just finished my trip to Namibia. Do you think I already finished that? Oh, of course. I type in N-A-M. Right? It should be N-A-M. Should work. It's not coming up for some reason. I don't know why. That link is not working. So let's go in and check it real quick. I'll go to TextExpander. TextExpander right here. Yeah, here we go. We'll go down, scroll down here. Let's look down here. N-A-M. Oh, I typed it in wrong. N-A-B. H-A-B. So M-A-M, right? Okay, there we go. So now I fixed the link. Now let's go back over to you. And notice how I stopped and fixed it immediately? I didn't say, oh, I'll do that later. No, we don't do that. You're a lean thinker, you don't do it. N-A-M. N-A-M. Okay, there you go. There's the playlist. Everything to do it. Are you getting it? Okay, this is the way I operate all the time. That's why life is so good for me. You know, I don't struggle. I focus on the every time I have a problem, I stop, call, wait. I obey the principles. I do one piece flow. When I do something, I get it done. I don't stack it up. Clear? How much time do we have? What do you want to do? Okay? Okay. Very good. Thank you, guys. Been a great audience.
Just before we go, Paul, I want to say thank you, really.
Absolutely.
With all the trouble that we had this morning when you dived
It was fun.
On your knees, you were down here.
At the end of the day, it was fun. We learned a lot together, right? It was a pain in the butt when it was happening, but we figured it out.
Thank you very much. So we're sitting at lunch, and the process, like in the Americans going forward, I would suggest on the group, if you're not in the group yet, please let me know.
But you can also, if somebody is on the group and you know him, he can also add you to the group. That's also lean. We'd like to start something going forward where we have a think tank and where we arrange a meeting again if you want us to talk to you and help you to grow further as well. That would be the drive from my side, and I would know some of you people as well. And we'd like to arrange another one, Paul, if it's good with you, the next year. When you come
I'm coming back this way.
to Botswana. I'll assist you with that. And then have a next conference like this again. So, Paul, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you all
Thank
very
you,
much.
everybody.
Good.
Thank you.